You can see all my flaws, huh? Yeah, we'll bring the microphone into place. I'm starting a little bit early so I can get everything started. So I've got a pretty good camera here. I really like it. It's a Logitech 920C, and it does 1080p, so that's cool. And for a microphone, I have a Samson G-Tech, and as you can see, it's on a articulating arm, and I've got a pop filter so I don't pop my peas. And as you can tell, I'm starting my beard back up. It's actually going to turn into kind of like a goatee. Wow, from Paris. We have people from all over, actually. That's awesome. Just setting up.
Did you get my text?
I'm online. What do you want? Did you? Oh, you went and got it already?
Yeah.
Can I see?
Did you get my text?
No, because I'm kind of online.
Are you like live right now?
Yeah, live right now.
Do you see me right now?
Yeah, they can probably see you.
Are they on right
This I haven't actually started the broadcast yet. It starts officially in 10 minutes. Oh, I got that. Yeah.
You read it?
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad as you made it out to be.
So you got the red one, huh?
Yeah.
My daughter just got the iPad Mini. She's a copycat. I just got one too.
Oh, copycat, I had the idea before you.
Yeah, she did have the idea before me.
Ooh, so shiny. Where's your trash?
What?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Just like mine. Awesome. Okay, you're gonna have to. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to leave me alone. But thank you for doing the unboxing right here. We'll take this.
Where's your phone?
See ya.
The comments weren't as bad as I said. Like, people made it not so big.
Say that again.
The comments weren't as bad as people made it not so big.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. What kind of dog do I have? I have a Rhodesian Ridgeback. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's louder than the webinar. I wonder if I can get him down here. Hey, Joe, I sent you the Hangout URL so that you can log in through Skype. If you get this message, just go to your Skype and you should be able to click on it. Bye. All right. Oh, there he is.
Oh, hey, Ernie. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, that's okay.
All right, still 2 minutes. All right.
Technical difficulties there?
Yeah, a little bit. Let's see. That's not too bad, is it? Is it okay?
Yeah.
How much? That mic is cool. Like having a mic in front of you like that. That's a good prop.
And it works too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So getting a mic in front of me, and then like a laptop behind me, it adds a lot. Let's see. Is this centered now? How's this?
So So you have a laptop and you're using the camera on the laptop?
Oh no, I've got a desktop.
Oh, you have a desktop. What type of camera do you have?
It's a Logitech 1.3 megapixel right light technology.
Oh, it sounds like an older, cheaper one.
It's an old cheap one, exactly.
Yeah. I have a Logitech too, but it's the 920C. How do I look?
You look good, I guess. I mean, it looks like it looks better than a lot of other like webcasts I've seen.
Yeah, because I can see it on. I actually, if you go to the web page, you'll be able to see other people's comments.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here, I'll send you the link in Skype.
All right.
There you go.
Oops.
And there's a really, there's a cool chat here, and people are chatting away.
Okay, so I don't think I'm in there. Where was I? Right here it is. Ah, cool. Hang out and talk markets. Excellent. So like I'm streaming live here, huh?
Yeah, Pierre. So my dog's name, his name is Dayo.
Yeah, the webpage.
Dayo.
See other people's.
Oh, you have to mute it.
Oh,
Right,
okay. So
so-
I'm muting which one?
Here, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, mute mute the web page
Oh,
video.
okay. So I can see when there's a delay there.
Yeah, there's going to be a delay, so don't pay any attention to. You really only care about the chat.
Okay. All right, there I am. Yeah, I can see me there. I got some stuff here. Let's move the papers over. But okay, yeah, I can see
Give,
this. Is
give the
cool.
appearance of a professional office.
Yes.
The illusion.
Yes. All right, cool. So this is really good.
So I think
I'll have to look at the YouTube for the comments, but the picture will throw me off because the picture is delayed. Paris, someone's from Paris. Hey, Tech's here. Hey, Tech, this is cool. This is pretty cool. I recognize Kloksky, if I'm saying the name right. I'm recognizing a lot of those things. Look at the comments.
I hate having to pronounce some of these names here, but there's a frequent commenter, Mr. Vegeta or Vigilta, Mr. Vagina. I don't know. Yeah, this is really good.
I'm talking to one of my friends to see if he's heard from Da Vinci in a while, because I haven't heard from him. I'm kind of worried. She hasn't heard either.
Da Vinci?
Yeah.
Well, he's down in Chile, He's running away from his
ex-wife who's trying to. Yeah, it's a long story, but yeah, I mean, he was a Bitcoin success story. He was promoting Bitcoins when they were like under $1. I remember he told me you got to get into Bitcoins. They were under $1, and here's the irony: if I had listened to him, I would have been a Bitcoin millionaire until Mt. Gox went under. Because me, as being an unsophisticated Bitcoin user, I probably would have used Mt. Gox because it was big and it was easy. I probably would have put a few $1,000s in, became a multi-millionaire, and lost my millions in Mt. Gox, and that would have been my story. So this story is better. Instead of throwing $1,000 in Bitcoins when they're about to be speculation, I still have my $1,000.
Yeah, that's right.
I had a comment. These comments on these channels are so revealing. Someone was telling me in the comment they are mad at me for keeping them out of Bitcoin. Now, after Mt. Gox call, I'm sure they should be happy I kept them out of Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I understand why anybody would want to keep their wallet on Mt. Gox.
Well, the thing is it's convenience, right? What happens is it's convenience. It's a big name, and people hear all this stuff about Bitcoin being so secure, and they just make that leap and say, okay, Bitcoin's in the world of, I mean, Mt. Gox is in the world of Bitcoin, and me being a less sophisticated technical user compared to these Bitcoin programmers, I probably would use what was convenient and easy.
Right.
Or maybe Da Vinci will say, I don't know what I would have done. But the fact of the matter is that when the biggest exchange goes down and people lose all their money in it, makes me think about risk. There's a couple of videos talking about risk, saying that when you measure risk, if the exchange goes down, that's such a huge component of risk. It makes it almost not worth trading. I mean, would you trade if you thought that your trading account would go under? I mean, would you trade at all?
Well, the point that I made was that it's supposed to be a distributed and independent network, disconnected entities, right? So Mt. Gox should make any other difference from what's the other? There's so many others, but
right. But Mt. Gox is the one everybody knows. And
Well,
Mt. Gox is
they
one
were
of
the original, right? They were the original exchange.
they were, and they had the brand name recognition behind it, and they're the one that the mainstream media was always talking about.
That's true, but I'm not sure I would still trust my wallet or all my money in some exchange. Now they were really kind of pulling something over a lot of people, or they were, at least from what I understand, watching one of the primary security architects with Stefan Molyneux had interviewed him earlier this week, and it was actually quite an enlightening interview. And he said, really, they were hackers. They were just first-rate web programmers that didn't know how to scale their systems, and that's one of the reasons why they failed. But then on top of that, they also had this component of malfeasance in there as well. Now, I would imagine, when you go to Mt. Gox, does that mean that you don't have to, create your own node? Is that why somebody would go to an exchange like that?
The thing is, I think that if something is complicated and you have people like the brand name, the one that's easy, the most well-known, easiest to use, and so forth, and I think that's why Mt. Gox was so big, is because it was well known. That's where people went for the price. I mean, I go to Mt. Gox for the Bitcoin price. It was the biggest exchange. So, yeah. Okay. So I got a message saying Da Vinci's at the beach. Is fine. He's at the beach. He's in South America, so it's the summer down there. So he's at the beach right now.
So Mike the Moneymaker says that I should be careful about rebroadcasting CNBC content.
Oh, you mean behind you there's CNBC stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, he could be right or something.
Well, let's turn it off then. There. How's that? Don't want to get in trouble with Google. I mean, they're pretty strict with all this copyright infringement stuff. I've already got tagged a few times for the most innocuous things. For instance, I had a song in the background that you couldn't even hear, and it was only like 30 seconds of it, and it was obfuscated by me talking over it, and yet they gave me a ding for it.
Wow, that's terrible. I think a lot of these copyright laws are outdated, and they're actually detrimental to progress forward in society. I think that they should totally revamp these because it's ridiculous. I mean,
well, let me tell you what the problem is with the music industry, especially. It's run by a bunch of crooks. They totally screw most of the artists, and it is so corrupt. And they've got their hands at the highest levels of government to try to facilitate or manipulate the laws in their favor. That it's just incredible, and they've all done it at the detriment of the artists themselves. The artists make nothing. It's these labels that are making all the money.
I believe it, and I think this is one case. So, there's a lot of conspiracies kind of on YouTube. I think this is like a case of collusion and/or conspiracy. I think there's actually a lot of collusion in the world. That people get carried away and create these elaborate conspiracy theories, but there is a lot of collusion, like with the music industry, with banking, and anytime you have too much power in one spot, it gets abused, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah, and I've actually done consulting work for Time Warner, for the highest levels there, and you'd be surprised how a big billion-dollar company like that is run internally. It surprised me. You would think that it would be more professional, more organized, people with very well-defined roles and act professionally. But no, it's like, how do I explain it? Most of these people have been in there for 20, 30 years. It's like a family, and they're all infighting. it's crazy.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say about Mt. Gox was that I wanted to at least know something about Bitcoin, so I downloaded my own node and created my own wallet. The thing that was kind of discouraging was the amount of time it took for me to download the entire, what do they call it, the blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
It took me 2 days. So I had to have this
To
thing
download it?
Yeah, yeah, and I've got a fast, I've got a high-speed internet here. It took 2 days to download it before it was even, and it was a little disconcerting because I wasn't expecting that, and I was wondering if there was something wrong, and I started researching it, and just to confirm that that's how long it would take. It was crazy.
Hmm.
Have you created your own wallet?
I have not. When I was when I hung out with Da Vinci a couple of years ago, there was a group of us, and several people actually were mining bitcoins on their laptop just for fun, just for yucks. And I was like, I don't know about this, and they had wallets. I never tried it. There are several things about it that really gave me a lot of pause and a lot of balk. And I know. Actually, Don Harold was saying that he was afraid that if he invested in bitcoins, that he'd get in trouble with the government, or because these bitcoins are a monetary asset, they might be in conflict with currency laws. He was actually afraid of legal problems if he was going to. A couple of years ago with bitcoins, that's why he never got into them. Maybe that's exaggeration, but there is an amount of also, if you read some of these hardcore Bitcoin blogs where they're saying, yeah, we're fighting the central banks, we're fighting the system, we're like anarchists, and it's that kind of gave me pause.
I invited Josh Galt, and he's on the chat, and unfortunately he can't attend. We might see Gypsy Hustled come by. I invited a bunch of people, and it was of course it was all last minute, and so that was really my fault. Everybody was I guess people make plans in advance. It's a funny thing about that.
Yeah. But so kind of we're kind of meandering around different topics, but what kind of topic do you think that we should? What's a good topic we can go over? So you got like 400 people watching it, right? What's a good topic we think we should talk about?
Well, I'd like to talk about, first of all, the market. And what's going on right now. A lot of people are expecting the market to take a big dump. And if you look at the fundamentals, I don't know if you're following it very closely or not, Joe, but over the past couple of weeks, we've been having all these economic reports coming out that are largely, by and large, hugely negative. Just abysmal. And yet the market keeps on going up. We had a recent round of earnings with the major corporations, and they weren't so positive. They were a lot less positive than they were last year or last quarter. Yet the market keeps on going up. We get this tiny little correction. Almost seems like it was, and then the correction didn't last very long, and we almost shot straight up again to basically wipe out the correction. And now we're getting overextended, and we seem to be hitting this level. Actually, today, the market hit a new all-time high, the S&P. Now, I guess there are some people out there that are calling for, a very large correction. I know that Greg Manarino, for instance, has made a big deal over it, and he's gone on to Greg Hunter's channel. He's stated it several times on his own channel. And I know that there are many analysts out there that they're all calling. They're all the major investment banks and big banks are calling for a correction of some sort. Of course, nobody really knows when it's going to happen. Have you been following that?
I guess from a trader's perspective, you don't care. I guess from a trader's perspective, you look at the charts and the data. And this discussion is all interesting, but you're gonna react based on these charts, not on these other, hunches or other theories.
Well, I think the problem is that when you look at the charts, from a technical analyst perspective, there are patterns and other things that you look at that you read and give you some indication of what may or what's the probability of something happening. But in this case, it seems that a lot of those probabilities are usually hitting their low end range. At least they have been for a while. So in other words, if you're watching the market go up and up and up, you're betting that it's going to go down based on all these indicators, like for instance, sentiment getting really high, or RSI being overbought, or or there being a negative divergence on the MACD, and all these other different types of things that might indicate a market going down. Yet, and of course, none of them are 100%. Everything's a probability, right? And let's say that the the probability for any one of these things happening is like 60%. Well, it seems like the 40% is winning all the time. You get what I'm saying? So it's like every single time the negative of the probabilities is coming through, and the market just keeps on going up. And I guess you could attribute a lot of that to the QE, the quantitative easing, but they've been tapering now. For the past few months, they've actually cut about, I think, $20 billion off of that. Yet the market keeps going up. So it's really not about technical indicators. It's not about all this objective evidence like the fundamentals. It has nothing to do with any of that. It all comes down to the sentiment of the market, and whether or not they believe sometime in the future this market is going to keep on going up, or be positive, or have value. What do you think?
Right. I mean, I hear theories that like all this QE is going to the stock market, and that still the public isn't buying. This entire rally is based upon, I guess, funds or larger players, or so forth, going on. And there are some analysts who are saying the stock market crash has begun, but it's a process and things like that. So, yeah, I'm not in my area of expertise here going on this topic. I'm just.
Well, I mean, well, that's good, because so then we can get a different opinion, because I don't believe in any of this stuff that it's a process. I mean, there's so many things that can disrupt a system, a complex system. And sure, some of them may require a lot of machinations and breaking down various barriers before there's enough softness in it that it can come down. On the other hand, you can have some things that can cause the whole thing to tumble down just like that. So whether it's a process or not, I don't necessarily buy it. I mean, most of these analysts are coming up with these elaborate ideas of why something's happening or why something's not happening. I think it's more their narcissistic selves just wanting to get on TV and show how smart they are, or to come up with a new theory. And it's kind of like laying Easter eggs out there. And if one of them gets picked up and it actually works, then you get to be the next Meredith Whitney. I got you done.
So yeah, I saw. Marty Speaks says, "You guys taking questions?" I guess the answer is yes. Marty Speaks is a loyal viewer of mine who's been following me for years. I've got a nice core group of people who follow me. So if there's any questions, ask us.
Okay, so which is Marty? Mudswat?
Oh, Marty Speaks. You guys taking questions? So if there's a delay on here. There's a delay, so maybe it might take a few moments for them to see a question.
Well, let's see. The most recent comment I have is well, now it's going. Yes, I have Marty Speaks just now. He just said howdy. So am I behind the times?
Okay, well, so I'm let's see. I think I've got I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 things below the howdy. So maybe there's a delay on yours a little longer than mine.
Okay. So all right. So do you have a question there that's queued up? So that's what we'll do.
The chickens are outside. I haven't done a lot of outside videos because of the cold, but I mean it's been really cold, and those birds are amazingly tough. Those birds.
So they stay up the entire winter Don't they have a hen
they
house?
huddle
Right?
together in the coop,
Is the coop
but
heat?
they like. No, it's not nothing. It's just there's hay in the coop and they're together. And I've never lost a chicken in the wintertime, like in the cold. They seem to pass away. But so far, none of the chickens have died in the winter cold yet. That's amazing.
See, when I was younger, back in the '60s, there were a lot of people around that had their own chicken coops. There were at least 3 or 4 families, and I lived in a regular suburb of Boston. I lived in Norwood, which is about 30 miles south of Boston, maybe 25 miles south of Boston, and I mean, it just seemed like there were a lot of people that had chicken coops, and it was like a different world. So it was odd, you would see some people that would have these, and then there were other people that had no conception of it. But I would imagine, as you go further and further out into the boonies and get further away from the urban area, more and more people. But these days, I don't think that there are that many people that do chicken coops.
It's in my area. It's becoming a trend. It's a lot of people are doing backyard chickens. In my town, there's actually a group of people. They don't meet very often, but they do backyard chicken things. But part of it is the zoning. For example, in my town, you can have both chickens and roosters. In most of the towns, you can have hens, but no roosters because the roosters crow. So it's really by town. A lot of it's by in my area. There's a lot of my area was agriculture for several hundred years. So like almost all the books on the laws here are very friendly towards agriculture and doing your own farming. Some other cities around me are they pass some laws like saying no backyard chickens, or they have a limit of like either 4 or 8 or something. But I guess it depends on where you live and just the trend. Where I'm at, it's a trend. It's a if I go somewhere and I bring farm fresh eggs, the people go nuts over them.
Huh. Well, it's almost like a novelty. But see, I live in a town where it's there are a lot of farms. As a matter of fact, my town doesn't have any kind of industry at all, and the main business that's in the town is called Ward's Berry Farm. But nobody has chickens. There's a lot of horse farms and vegetable farms and things like that, or berry farms. But is there a lot of expense? I mean, is it really cost effective to have your own chickens?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
It's almost like
to be honest,
I live in a
if
town
you're
where
willing
I'm
to
sorry.
buy the cheapest factory farm eggs around, maybe. But the thing is, if you do it right, basically the only expense once you get started is a chicken feed, right? So
Mhm.
if you're able to if you're able to have a source of perished or old food, it's basically free because you just give them, I don't know, rotten cheese and they love it, or you give them sour milk, or you just give them any people food that is expired they love. So,
And that
like
doesn't-
for example, there's a Panera we play Scrabble at, and the owner there is there's some days where he gives his bread to a food bank, but other days when one time I came home with 2 garbage bags full of expired bread. And the chickens ate well for a period of time, and it was free eggs.
Mm-hmm. So the food that you give them, do you notice that if the quality or the type of food that you give them, does that affect the taste of the eggs?
That's a good point. I think because the eggs seem to taste good all the time, but I'll bet though if I were to give them low quality, like all white rice, I might notice a difference. But I mean there's enough variety in their diet. I mean, right now, of course, they're not able to feed themselves well with outside. But in the summertime, I mean, there's so much stuff they eat outside that they need less grain and stuff.
And I noticed that you have a wide variety of chickens, and so I would imagine that they produce a lot of different types of eggs, different sizes, different qualities.
Yes, actually, from there's a neighbor who has hens also, so we do like kind of like a chicken swap, right? And then there's also the one group a few years ago, they had like a kind of like a backyard chicken house tour, right? So the person there gave me some of their hens. There's one person in town who's like a chicken snob. Okay, she says that she only has purebred chickens. She actually gets her eggs from the vice president of some purebred poultry organization, and she says she won't hatch the eggs unless that the purebred rooster has only been with the purebred hen or something like that. She's really into it, but she's got like all kinds of different purebred hens. It's really interesting. But yeah, so I've got a lot of mutts. You know, this person who's down the road around the block. Her and her husband, they have a lot of chickens, and they, you know, what they do is there's another person who's in another town around us where they'll actually slaughter and clean the birds for you. So, you know, they hatch eggs. All the young roosters after 6 months, they all turn them into chicken salad or something. They keep the egg layers. So they're more into it over here. But
so I have my first question directed at me. My dad grew up in Chelsea, Mass. How far is that from you, Ernie? Are you familiar with the area, Joe? My area?
Only vaguely.
So Chelsea, Mass is also the location of Old Ironsides, the famous ship from.
Yes.
And it's just north. It's actually on the north side of Boston, and I am south of Boston, about 25 miles south, equidistant between Boston and Providence. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of, and I live in the middle of a wildlife sanctuary, so I'm away from all that stuff. Chelsea's very very urban-like.
Yes.
And Norwood is southwest of Boston. That's where I grew up, and that's a couple of towns over from where I'm at, in Sharon. Let's see if there's some questions here, Joe.
Yeah. Also, people, a couple of years ago, I visited Ernie in my early, like, that was before the silver price really tanked. It was like on its way up. I met you. It was like in the silver was when it's in its breakout mode, and that was when it was pretty exciting. And we talked about how Sykes, who does an anti-Lebed service where he actually shorts Lebed stock. So when the short Lebed and IA pump stocks up, he finds these penny stocks, and then he tells people now you got to short them. That's kind of the that's kind of like the thing there. But yeah, so okay, so sorry to interrupt, but let's get back to the markets or wherever. It seems like people are kind of want to get back to the markets here.
Yeah. So there's a few interesting questions here. You know, there's one here on let's see. Have you heard from Da Vinci? I think we covered that. We know that Da Vinci's down in Chile.
Right.
And he's running away from his wife's or estranged wife's lawyer.
Right. And because he did so with bitcoins, he's able to support himself.
Right.
And because he's still down there, I assume he didn't get wiped up by Mt. Gox because he was like kind of like an early adopter, and I don't think he needed Mt. Gox. I think he was doing bitcoins before really Mt. Gox was there. So.
Oh, and so he probably had his own wallet.
Yes, he did. He's got all his own stuff.
Yeah. Now, what about MaxCoin and Max Kaiser's thing? I know that's starting. You know who has been keeping track of this stuff regularly is Bill Still. Do you watch him?
Bill Still had a sudden about face on cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. He had his Bill Still's niche was having fiat money that is not debt backed, like the greenback. That was his niche. For years he talked about, we need to have money that's not debt based, but it's still, governmental money. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, he became a big Bitcoin proponent. I think what happened was, like, I won't say being paid off, but I think he was donated a whole lot of Bitcoins or cryptocurrencies, and now he's huge into it. I was offered Bitcoins when they were, when the second, like around when Bitcoin was around 50, right? I was offered, a bunch of Bitcoins to promote, kind of to say, hey, join us, here's some Bitcoins, and I didn't do it at the time. I thought, I was like, well, am I just going to be a paid shill to promote Bitcoins? Mm-hmm. Maybe I should have taken the Bitcoins and said, hey, someone gave me Bitcoins, guys, thanks a lot, and left it at that. I don't know, but
here's my take on Bill Still.
Okay.
I get the feeling that this is probably the only thing he really does. He does this reporting on the web, and he's probably I'm assuming that he's probably worked his entire life, and he's kind of semi-retired, but he probably doesn't make a whole lot of money, and this is sort of a hobby for him, or maybe maybe he's a little short on cash, and when the Bitcoin craze started up, and all these other new variants of cryptocurrency started to come out, I think he saw an opportunity, so he started investing in them. This is my theory, and in order to really make I think he was engaging in a kind of a pump and dump. That's what I think. I think that maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh on him, but it was really odd how he got into it all of a sudden, and then just like every third or every second video he was putting out there was about Bitcoin, and he was really pushing it. And then he was pushing all these other types and saying, they're going to explode. So I get the feeling that he probably took a sizable chunk of his cash and put it in there.
Okay. So I'm getting some feedback. People are saying that, hey, let's keep in mind the title and the subject. So the markets. So I know Bitcoins are a market, but it's kind of a market novelty. So when we say the markets, do you mean like all the markets are the stock market? What do you mean on it, Ernie? Oh yeah. So actually, Bill still is a technical writer. So that's what he does a full-time job, and this is like his hobby, as you said. But okay, so we'll talk markets. We're talking about like all the markets, or like more the stock market. We're gonna.
Well, I mean, the stock market kind of encompasses all the equity markets and all the major corporations. We could talk when I say markets, I mean the markets in general, all the markets combined, the entire economy, whether it's the bond market, the commodity markets, precious metals, the equity markets, whatever, foreign exchange. They're all interconnected. So what was the real question? I was.
Oh, they just said they want to get more back on topic about the markets and so forth. So on the markets, what I've heard from the trend people, right, the people who follow who trade according to trends, they think that when the Dow broke out into an upward channel, they think that it would end up at 20K to 30K. That's kind of what some of the trend people said. Now, what do you think on that? Do you think that still holds true, that 20K to 30K is a good target, assuming this trend is in place?
Okay, so you may not know, though, back in March of 2013, I wrote an article for TheStreet.com, and where I predicted the where all the markets were going, and I predicted that by the end of this year we would see 20K. Actually, my prediction was 20,500 for the Dow, and 2204 for the S&P.
I've heard that from multiple sources, not just you, Ernie. Other people have said.
Yes, but I wrote about it, man.
You did. You wrote about it, and you showed me the article last year, and it was a very accurate article. So I'm wondering, because I think that from what I read, most retail investors have not jumped back in the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
So the stock market right now consists of traders / speculators, and it consists of what, stimulus money?
Well,
for the most part.
Yeah.
So what that means is that because people who are traders see the trend has broken out, it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they're all going to trade it all the way up to 20 to 30K, and they say, oh, the trend's gone, and they might ink their money out, and it might go back down or something.
Well, what's going to happen? All right. So first of all, both retailers or the average Joe, as well as most institutions and companies, are holding back investing in the market. I mean, some of the bigger institutions are out there, and the ones that are providing the majority of the liquidity, like the high frequency traders. It's 8 o'clock. They're the primary players in the market, but most retailers are still holding back, and most companies are still holding back from investment as well. So there is literally trillions of dollars that are sitting on the sideline, not coming into the market. Now, I can guarantee you what's going to happen is if we shoot up beyond some of these technical levels, say in the springtime, and things really start rolling, I think you're going to see like a vacuum suck in all these retailers. And of course, what's going to happen is, you've probably seen these market cycles, about the emotional level cycle of traders, and as they get into a market. First, there's this kind of despair when they're in the trough, and then there's this irrational exuberance when they're at the top. And that's when most of the retailers get in, is right at the irrational exuberance part, at near the top of the curve. And so that's when I think that most of the what you could call the dumb money is going to get into this market.
So Mudspot was asking, when do I get out of precious metals and into real estate? My answer is it depends on time frame. For example, in 2011, I mean, if you had gotten out of silver there and gotten into real estates for that time period, it'd be great. But maybe if your idea is you want to buy, maybe you're someone who's a young person, right, and they want to buy real estate not now but in a decade, maybe there's a better time to cash out then.
So Joe, I have a general theory on asset allocation and you know, where you should be putting your money. And as a general rule, you should have a diversified portfolio, and you shouldn't be thinking about, you know, how I'm going to time the market and put this much money. I'll put all my money in real estate now, and then I'll put it in precious metals then. You know, it's too difficult to do that. It's almost impossible to try to time it. I mean, there's some timing that you can do, but you should be doing that with a much smaller portion of your money, the speculative part of your portfolio. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm just telling you how I do it. Mm-hmm. I follow the Nassim Taleb, the black swan theory of asset allocation, and it's the 90-10 rule. And you take 90% of your money and you evenly divide it up amongst a lot of hard assets. Now, when I say hard assets, that includes a wide variety of things. Let's say we do 5 categories: 20% in precious metals, 20% in cash, 20% in bonds, 20% in real estate, and 20% in collectibles or investment quality or investment grade collectibles. That might be a really good allocation of your funds. All right, and you do that because now none of these are really correlating to one another. Some go up when the others go down, but over the long term, these type of assets are actually going to probably do a little bit better than inflation, and they'll keep most of your net worth pretty stable. Then you take 10% of your disposable capital, and you put that to work on risky ventures, right? But of course, you don't do it haphazardly. I mean, you do it in a smart way, in a way that I sort of profess in my course and things that I do on my own. But you try to find investments that are going to return multiples as opposed to returning a few percent here or a few percent there. And with that's when you can take these risks and maybe try to roll the dice with gold or silver or the emerging markets or whatever idea that you have. But in general, when you start investing in this other 90%, the way I would do it is I would dollar cost average across all of them. I mean, you might want to adjust the percentage that you put into each, but to try to time it is one of the worst games that you can play because you will almost certainly lose. I mean, there is a chance that you could get lucky and do well. And I kind of went over this sort of luck scenario the other day. That most people that make a lot of money in the markets are lucky. And it's not because they have some special acumen. They roll the dice. And the problem with that is that when you roll the dice, especially with a lot of money, you can lose too. So what I would do is spread the majority of my stuff over hard assets. Of course, with most people, their biggest asset is their house. So when you start off with that, that's going to take up most of it. Then you have to start figuring out what else am I going to distribute my my capital to. That's how I would do it. That's the safest. It's not very sexy, and it's not going to turn you into a billionaire. Although some of the speculative stuff you do may turn you into a billionaire. You never know. you could get lucky. Hopefully that was, the news unit.
Hey, it's the news unit.
I should invite the news unit to talk with us.
Yeah, because he's got a YouTube channel, he's got a blog, and he actually had some good timing too. He's had some good timing on buying some silver. I talked to him a few times, so when silver was like at 18, he was saying this is a great buy. So he's had some,
All right, I'm going to send an invitation to the news unit.
Okay, so while you send that invitation, art is a market. Someone says that art is the ultimate bubble, paying for a half billion. So what I've noticed about assets is by the time that Hollywood makes a movie about an asset, that's when it's past its time to sell, because obviously for something to get as much notoriety, there's a time frame. So this movie Monuments Men came out about art. Maybe I'm really stretching here, but maybe there's something, the art's getting overexposed, because I've noticed in the last couple of years that art has really taken off. I mean, after the crisis in 2008, from what I read is that some of the wealthy, they were trying to find like hard assets, and they were using really expensive high-end art as a hard asset.
Yeah, it absolutely is. When you're buying art, you really have to know what you're doing, right? And the more rare the art that you can find, first of all, like I said, you have to know what you're doing. It's just like, say, investing in investment quality numismatics, rare coins. There are some rare coins that aren't worth really investing in. Then there are a few types and qualities in terms of grade that are worth investing in. And of course, it takes a little bit of knowledge and experience and to get into it. It's the same way with collecting antiques. And what are you going to do with it? All right? Do you have a plan with it? I think that collecting like classic cars is a great hard asset, and it's also fun. So you can do things that interest you.
So let me show you a collectible hard asset. One of my friends gave me a gift. There's actually a big market for these antique banks. See here. This is pretty cool. Look at this. There's a little plane here. You pull it back. You put the coin on here, and you hit the button and watch. It shoots it in there, and there's an entire, I guess, industry for these collectible banks. And my friend gave this to me as a gift, and I was amazed at how much for a hobby, how people are really into this thing. This is
I've seen it on the Antique Roadshow.
The what?
The Antique Roadshow. You ever watch that?
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of them go for big bucks, but you have to know your stuff. You have to know something about the artist that created them, or the manufacturer, the period that they came from, the history. And a lot of times having a collection is worth more than having one or two.
Exactly.
But the thing is, where you make your money on these types of things is by frequenting the auctions, right?
Right.
And there are auctions for just about everything, every type of collectible. But I think that that's probably we collect various types of antiques here. The wife and I we collect stuff from Russell Wright. I don't know if do you know who he is?
Who?
Russell Wright.
Yeah. It's probably not collectible here, but.
Now, Russell Wright was an industrial designer from the 40s and the 50s, and he did. What is it? The stuff plates and stuff, dinnerware, and also furniture. And his stuff is highly valued, highly prized. So all of our dinnerware, all of our dishes and coffee mugs and plates and bowls and everything are all Russell Wright. It's called Iroquois casual china. And some of the better stuff we have stored away, but we use all his stuff. And it's kind of weird, you're eating off of a plate that cost $100, but I mean that's what he did. He kind of defined an era in terms of the culture and the industrial design from the 40s and 50s and 60s.
Okay, so I think I should give homework. All right, so essentially anybody who wants to do the markets, I recommend that you go to live auctions like every day for several months. That's what I did when I was looking for cheap silver. There's this auction house not too far away, the Nest Egg auction, and I'd go there like it was like every Tuesday, and I bid on things, and I mean all the market is a big auction, and this was very educational for me to go to this auction and bid on things, and to find cheap silver. I mean, at this point, I'd bring my scale with me, and I'd get sterling silver at below spot price. But what I noticed was that the ones you get for below spot price are the silver items that are mixed. Like, for example, some of these silver things would have a weighted base, and you'd have to estimate how much silver is in this because obviously it's not all sterling. And that's where I get the best, get some of the better deals. But basically, you could get sterling at below spot price. The reason why being is that the scrappers go there, and because there's a cost involved with extracting the silver from the sterling, that and they have to make a profit. If you're willing to buy the silver and not make a profit, you can get the silver atoms at below spot price. But of course, the moment you go to a refinery, you're losing your profits if the price is flat. But what I was doing was I was getting the stuff when the price is going up, so that if I did go to a refiner, the price had moved up already. So here's a sterling silver piece. I don't know if you can. For this Hangout, it switches back between me and you. So I'm wondering if I'm holding stuff up and people can't see it. Can you guys? I wonder. Can you see this?
Yeah, you're on screen. What it does, Google does it automatically. It detects your voice and where it's coming from, and then it will automatically change the picture. So right now it's showing me because I'm talking.
Okay, so great. So hopefully it'll flip back to me because I'm talking. Because I've got some cool props here. Here's one of this, or from an estate sale. The estate sale is like an auction format, but there's less buyers and there's one seller, and the seller's in a point where they want. So you're in a better negotiating position when you go to an estate sale because they want to sell everything.
Yeah. So we often go to estate sales, and we've picked up things like. Usually furniture, but we're usually looking for antique rugs, right? So like Persian rugs, and we're usually looking for a particular type, like a Tabriz or something similar to that. And we've outfitted most of our house that way, and you can find some real deals at these estate sales. And every once in a while you come across someone that also has some sterling, but the sterling usually goes first. I also look for some interesting coins every once in a while. So I have this coin here. Can you see that? I have to talk, I guess, in order for it to stay. Now this is a Martin.
Yes, there's some dude in it. It's some dude is it? I can't see who the dude is, but who is it?
All right. The dude is Martin Luther King, and
okay.
He's fairly well known, but the reason why I bought it is that I did a little research before I bought it, and it's a proof coin, and I couldn't, and I found the mint mark. I couldn't find any information on it. There's nothing out there that I could find that talks about the mintage or anybody else that had one for sale, and as far as I know, it must have been like like a I don't know, maybe a test run or maybe a very limited run by somebody, because I don't know of anybody else that has it. But here I have this Martin Luther King proof that is, it's a proof. It's frosted, right? And it's 1 ounce of silver. Now, I paid $50 for it, but I figured that something like that, selling that at the right time, I could probably double my money.
Yes and no. You have to find the market. So when I was buying some gold coins, I had from Atmex, I had gotten a little bit. I said, let me buy some really cool exotic gold coins. So I got a gold coin issued by Christmas Island, right? Mm-hmm. I got like a Iranian Pahlavi. I got Akira Booty, and
Is that like I'm Guana Kick Booty?
the island of Kiribati. So
That was a joke. That was an old Cheech and Chong joke.
okay, so what happened is that I've got some savings, and once in a while I need extra cash or something. Like I got some I have some bills or whatever. So sometimes I do cash some of my metals in. So I paid, I think, like $50 over spot for this Christmas Island gold coin. It was like a commemorative coin or something like that. So I figured, $50 above spot. That's kind of similar to what Eagles were selling for at the time. But when I sold it back, I got none of my premium back. Now I'm sure that if I had gone online and spent a lot of time and effort to find a buyer who would into that, I could get more than $50 back because it was kind of an odd item. I basically, didn't get my premium back. Of course, I got the price of gold had gone way up since I had bought that, so I had made a profit. Made a profit on that, but essentially I didn't get my premium back, and the premium didn't grow. So I think what you're saying with those Martin Luther King coins, Ernie, or is that you have to find the right buyer. If you go to when I went to a coin shop and I asked them about stuff like that, they said that. If you really want to make money in collector items like in silver and stuff, go with the official coins, like a real coin. If you go for some kind of commemorative thing, it's hard to find a buyer. I mean, obviously you might find someone to pay a lot of money, but
Well, yeah, I agree with you because I'm an avid coin collector, and I've been one since I was a little kid. I started my coin collection. My grandfather owned a restaurant bar. And all the drunks used to come in there and pay for their drinks with these coins that they would collect or handed down to them. And I had coins from like the early 1800s, like a Liberty busted half or something from 1804. But the only reason why I bought this particular one was only because of its rarity. I've never seen anything like it, and that's the only reason why I bought it. And it is of course silver, so at least I have $22 of intrinsic value in there. I've got the melt price, so the worst I'm out is $28. But like I was saying, if you sell it at the right time, to the right person. So for instance, on next Martin Luther King Day, maybe I could sell it to somebody for $75 or $80. Now I recommend books like this. All right.
let me see.
All right. So I'm gonna talk so the camera comes on to me. This is the United States coins. Well, this is the 2011 version. I have a 2013 version too. There's a 2014 that just came out. But this has all the United States coins that are of that have ever been created, including the commemoratives. And I used to be a big commemorative coin collector as well. Usually the commemorative halves are the most popular.
You got the 2011, I got the 2010.
Hey, the news unit's on!
Hey, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're on the air. I'm the call-in guy. How's that?
How you
Is
doing,
the caller there?
Hey,
I feel like I'm on a radio show. You got this guy with this big microphone here.
Yeah, I have to compensate.
We're live with Ernie Varitimos on the YouTube Video Network.
That's right. So, excuse me. So, have you ever talked to Joe before, David?
Oh, absolutely. Joe and I have spoken a few times, right, Joe? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I don't have my picture on here. You're just gonna hear. I'm like the call-in guy on the Infowars show, I got a smashed computer here, and I'm running on a backup system, and I got a new one coming in the beginning of March, so I'm gonna get all set up here eventually.
Cool. Well, I'm glad that you called in.
Did you get any positive trades today?
I'm in a trade right now that I thought was going to go the other way, and this market just it's kind of interesting. I'm in a bond trade. It's actually an arbitrage. I go long the 5-year and short the 10, and it's generally a bullish trade. Now,
smashed computer here, and I'm running on a backup system, and I got a new one coming in the beginning of March, so I'm going to get all set up here. How did that happen?
Oh, hey, David.
Man, I got Little Bro Marky's on. I got a lot of followers here over the years. Little Bro Marky, Marnie Speaks, Stock
I'm in a
Jockey.
trade right now that I thought was.
Hey, David,
Joe's got the loop going. I
David,
think.
hey, you need to cut the volume on the video if you're watching it.
I think Joe might be on it. Let me see if I'm the one doing it.
You might have someone might have another window open with the broadcast that has the volume.
That's Joe, I think. Joe, you got the other window?
Yeah, what happened was it wouldn't let me post a comment, so I had to reload the page.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But, yeah.
I get on Hangouts now and then with a bunch of guys that do silver numismatics, so I'm a little bit familiar with how this works, but I'm not completely there yet. Google is kind of complicated right now.
Right.
But anyway,
Okay,
that's
great. Yeah, so
that trade that you're in. I don't want to I don't know what your topic was. I don't want to ram into you guys here, but I'm curious about that trade. Is that sort of like a straddle?
Well, no. Let me explain the trade. This is all right. Somebody has to turn off their video. But anyways, this is a trade that is quite prevalent in most hedge funds. They call it the nickel and dime trade, and it's doing the 5-year versus the 10-year Treasury. And generally, when you go long the nickel and dime trade, long the 5, short the 10, that's slightly bullish or market bullish. That's because the 10 tends to move faster than the 5. So if the market's going up, naturally the 10's probably going down. Now today, that's the trade that I had on, and the market was going up, but the 10 was going up too. Our bonds were going up today with the market. So that to me is kind of a tell that the bond market doesn't believe in this market bullishness. Unfortunately, it didn't work out well for me. I didn't lose a lot of money. I mean, I'm still in the trade, just a couple $100, but it was an unusual thing. So, but that's a tell to me now. So the first thing I'm going to do tomorrow morning is I'm going to buy a bunch of UVXY.
Oh wow. You think this thing's going to roll over then, I take it?
Well, I think what the bond market is telling us is that, there was a big divergence with the market going up and bonds going up at the same time. And especially going into the Yellen speech tomorrow. I'm sorry, not the Yellen speech, with the 3 big economic reports that are coming out tomorrow.
If you guys don't mind, I got some questions. I don't know. I don't want to go all over the place with my questions, but I do have them because there's things that I understand that are, elementary, and then there's other things that I should understand that I don't. And I still, to be quite honest with you, let me broaden this just a little bit. I don't understand our monetary system. And I don't think a lot of us really do. But I think some of you guys probably do because you've been involved in investing and so forth. But even as much as I've studied and read a lot about this stuff, to put it all together is relatively difficult. And you got all the nomenclature and stuff that comes along with it, and you can really sound like you know what you're talking about. But at the risk of allowing myself to be candid here about the fact that I don't know as much as I would like to know, right? I'm gonna ask a couple of really wow, he doesn't know what that is questions, And one of them is, what indeed is a bond? Explain that to me in the simplest detail.
All right, so a bond is nothing more than a contract that represents some kind of security beneath it. I mean, it can be debt, it can be money, it can be a company or whatever it is. But our treasury bonds represent our debt, and so. The way countries and traders they trade these bonds. Now some people you can actually buy the bond itself, but most people trade it using the futures market, which is a derivative that is used in place of the bond, so that you can speculate on where the price of bonds are going. And that's the way that most people are trading it. So they're trading these treasury futures, and people that it's usually people that buy bonds. I mean, you've probably bought bonds or when you were little. You know, you get the
Like U.S. savings bonds.
that's one type of bond. I mean, but it's very similar, and that is a debt vehicle because you're buying basically you're buying the debt of the United States government. I mean, it's not much more complex than that.
You know, I was looking into the futures markets, and I was reading the requirements for margin on silver and gold contracts. Now, I believe the silver contract is 11,000 roughly that you have to have in margin, and the gold one is something like 7,000 and change. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that about right?
They're one of the most expensive futures out there, and there's a reason why they're expensive, and that's because they have the highest risk associated with them.
Okay, and the gold contract for each tick, I'm sorry, the silver contract for each tick is a half a penny, and I believe it moves at what, $25?
Yeah, that's right.
And the gold one, what does that do? $10 for every penny?
Yeah, for every tick.
Okay, so an average trader like you that has I don't know what you have, TD Ameritrade.
I typically use TradeStation to trade bonds.
Okay, I don't know what that is. But anyway, what's the does the what do they call it when you have to pay the fee, the commission? That's what I was looking for. Is the commission about the same every time, give or take, or how does that?
Well, the commission is largely dependent upon the deal that you make with the broker.
Okay.
So, and that can vary. That can vary widely. You know, so I pay $1.20, I think, between $1 and $1.20 per contract. Someone that's just coming into the market might be paying $2.50, $3 per contract, or as high as $10 per contract.
But it's usually in the vicinity of $3 to $10 or so.
Yeah.
For each trade, in and out.
That's right.
Now, when you another thing, the futures market for gold and silver, I believe, is open from 4 p.m. your time until something like 3 p.m. the following day, or 3:15 the following day. Is that correct?
No, it's open 24 hours a day.
It is. Okay. So you can. There's no.
There is a small window of time, usually right at like 4:30, and there's another small window of time where the market's actually closed, where nothing is traded. But you have to also look at it's trading around the clock, but then there's also something that's associated with that, and that's on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. There are floor traders. There's a market for it.
Right.
Where it's traded in what's called the open cry, and that's the guys that are sitting on the floor with the colorful jackets and waving their hands, making the signals, and all
right.
that. And that market, I believe, for the metals market, I think it opens up at
7:15 Central Time, I believe. I've been listening to that guy.
Right.
And he calls out the bids. 4.5 bidding out 5, 4.5 bidding out trading, 4 evens now trading here. Guys on 4 evens now trading. You ever hear him?
Pretty good.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I happen to be an auctioneer, so I could actually do that.
Right, and it closes at 2:20 Eastern Time. I guess Central Time that would be 1:20.
But I'm just having fun with it. But I mean, he's calling out the bids on the ESH4, I believe, is what that E-mini.
Uh-huh.
S&P 500 futures.
Yep.
Data. Okay.
That's
I just want. Somebody told me when you buy one. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's Ben Lichtenstein.
Yeah, Ben Lichtenstein.
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, somebody told me that when you buy one contract in silver, you actually are controlling approximately 5,000 ounces. Is that right?
Yeah, there are two different silver contracts. There's a large one, which is the 5,000, and then there's the mini.
What's the symbol for the larger one?
SI is the base symbol.
And what's the mini?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up.
So the SI is the 11,000 one. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe and I were talking about buying a contract, letting it expire, then going and taking delivery.
Well, yeah, I don't particularly understand how that all works, but if you bought an oil contract,
Well,
would you be able to would
yeah,
you be able to get a
it works the
barrel
same
of oil?
way with all treasury or all futures contracts. Basically, there's some commodity or there's some kind of settlement behind it. With treasury futures, it's a cash settlement. With most currency futures, there's also cash settlement. With the gold and silver futures, obviously there's the physical settlement or the physical metal settlement. And with oil, yeah, if you hold an oil contract to expiration, you could find a tanker on your front lawn.
That wouldn't be too good.
No, you wouldn't. But
Joe, do you trade futures at all?
Well, I actually I don't talk too much about what I do.
Oh, that's
but,
all right.
I don't do a lot of margin or debt-based things. So the futures contracts often involves on margin and so forth. But I do have I've been getting a lot of questions about selling metals. Like people are asking me about how easy it is, and so the answer is like a business like APMEX provides a huge service, because if you have any bullion item, gold, silver, platinum, or palladium, they will buy it, and they will buy it very quickly from you. And when it comes to things that are mint produced, like American Eagles or Canadian Maples, you will get above spot price back for them. Some of the odder things, like you might only get spot price for things like palladium, you might get a little below spot price depending on how hot the market is. But there are a lot of it's very easy to sell metals back. Now it's too bad that Tolving had those problems, because Tolving would actually give you free free shipping and free insurance, because they had a contract with Lloyd's of London. So anytime you wanted to sell silver to Tolving, but obviously they got a 500-ounce minimum, and you have to do it. They won't take anything. But like if you wanted to sell a Monster box to them, or a Comex bar, or Johnson Matthey bars, you would just go to the UPS and you'd give a number, and then you'd ship it, and it would be insured for free, and it's free shipping. So Tolving was actually one of the best buyers back of silver. But the problem with Tolving right now is that there are people who are winning 6 months for their gold coins, and that doesn't really give me confidence about stuff like that.
Interesting.
And
Why are they so eager to buy the physical metal? What is that about?
Well, what happens is that they make profits on the transaction. So basically, they take your metal and they sell to someone else. And what they do is they sell to someone else for a premium, a small premium, or for no premium. And essentially what the big bullion dealers do is, because they're hedging their inventory, they have futures contracts, whether the price of silver goes up or down doesn't matter to them. What matters is, as long as they have people are buying and selling to them, that's what matters.
Interesting. That's probably why. Well, was that the case prior to the big parabolic rise in the price toward 49 and change, or was that not the case?
That's in 2000. When I first started my channel, it was pretty much the same way. APMEX, uses J.P. Morgan as their bank, which I thought was very ironic, because during the crash,
Yeah.
J.P. Morgan buy silver thing, the more silver you bought from APMEX, the happier they were, and the more J.P. Morgan obviously was used as a bank. So that was kind of ironic there. But yeah, the bigger ones. Actually, this guy Alexis Com, who's a YouTuber, did an interview with the sales manager from APMEX on his channel, and the sales manager laid out exactly their business model and how they do it, how they use contracts to hedge their inventory. It's all based on transactions, and so forth.
See, now that's very confusing, because I'm sure even the average listener here isn't aware of what's going on with these bullion dealers. Those who like to buy a roll of Eagles or whatever, and how this is all working. But it seems to me that when a person purchases, if these guys are shorting the market or going long the market, I don't really know how they're doing that, but they claim that I did talk to one guy at Miles Franklin one time that told me when you buy an order, they actually short the market against your payment in case they don't receive it in time or something. And they got all these futures contracts going at the same time. So if they're shorting the market every time you buy physical, the more these stackers buy physical, and I don't know if I'm right about this, you tell me, the more the stackers buy physical, the more the market gets shorted. hence driving the price down.
No.
No?
You can't look at it that way. It's hedging. I mean, that's what the futures market is there for, is to hedge and to keep your costs stable. I mean, that's the whole purpose of it. If you didn't hedge your purchases or your future purchases, you can't control your costs going forward. And so what happens if you've made this huge investment and then the price of the commodity goes down? What do? You're going to be shit out of luck, especially if later on you're getting orders and now you have to sell it at a loss.
Okay.
So that's why they hedge. They hedge to keep their price stable. That's the only reason they're doing it. I mean, farmers, they do the same thing with their crops. When they've harvested all their crops and they're going to bring it to market, they'll get a short contract. So from the time that they transport it to the market, it's like insurance for them coming to market.
But why doesn't Walmart short the gallon of milk that I buy at the register?
Well, a gallon of milk is, first of all, I don't think there's a futures contract that they can buy.
Well, how about a bag of sugar?
Well, sure. I mean, but if you're dealing in sugar, see, if you're, I guess if you're Walmart, maybe then buying futures on sugar would make sense if you're buying enough of it. But I would suspect that they're probably more in the business of buying and selling currency futures.
So going back to futures, when I had done this video preview, I had said an idea about taking delivery of a silver contract in the COMEX. I've never seen a video on YouTube of someone going through the process. Like for example, I could actually film me talking to the COMEX, me driving there, going to the warehouse and putting a big silver bar in my car, and showing the process of how it works. Because some people have physical paper silver. Well, if I go to the COMEX, get a paper contract, and then take delivery and have physical silver, I think that would that kind of show that right now the window is so open. There's the same thing right now. Physical silver and paper contracts are the same thing right now.
Okay, so there's a question online that I think is kind of important. It says, did you guys discuss the COMEX gold inventories? It probably won't be long before they can't deliver. There's a myth out there that somehow the COMEX doesn't have the gold, or that the paper contracts that are out there outnumber the deliverable gold by like 60 to 1, or something like that. And so this myth has been perpetuated that that there's a lot less physical metal out there than there is contracts that are waiting to be to settle on it, and that simply isn't true. And the reason for that is that the vast majority of futures contracts that are taken and traded are actually settled for cash. They're not settled for the physical metal. And if you go to the COMEX, you can go to the COMEX site anytime you want and download their inventory. I mean, they're completely open about it. I mean, if there wasn't any inventory there, whether it's deliverable or registered or whatever it is, I think there would be quite an uproar. But there isn't. I mean, the metal is there.
Yeah, so that's yeah. Why are these people? Why do these alleged reputable financial companies like Sprott Asset Management come across and say that then? Why do they come out?
Because they're not reputable. It's as simple as that. They're in the business of one thing, and that is to sell you their product, their inventory, so that they can.
So actually.
Go ahead, Doug.
I've got a really good.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Ernie. Can you hear me using it?
No, I stopped.
No, you actually were the one breaking up.
Yeah, I stopped talking so you could talk.
I think he's got a microphone issue. Did you do something different, Joe?
I don't know. Maybe what happened is when three of us spoke at once, it confused Google.
No, I heard you that time, but you had a break there. For some reason, it just didn't transmit. Try it again.
I think what happened was I.
No, you got something.
It happened again.
Yeah, he's got something going on there. Some kind of.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Heard you that time, yeah.
Okay, what was I talking about? Jeez, I had some idea that was really struck me as very interesting.
It'll
And
come
it
back
just
to you.
erased out of my head.
Just give it a.
Here it is. Oh, Sprott. Okay, so you know how Sprott has his own PSLV fund?
No.
And he says, buy my fund because I actually have all the physical silver in it. This blog called the Screw Tape Files did a bar analysis. This one guy on the blog, he's got a database of silver bars, and he follows the silver bars as they, because a lot of these silver bars are numbered for gold and silver, and a lot of them, he's in his database, he'll compare databases. These are all public databases, and he'll see that bars move. Like a bar in the Perf Mint might end up in SLV, which might end up in the Sprott Fund. He says actually that SLV does a better job of tracking their bars and keeping inventory than the PSLV does, which is ironic because PSLV was supposed to be the antidote to SLV.
Right.
Well, that's interesting because you've just, you got all these guys that are linked with Sprott. You got Mark Faber, you got John Embry. What's the other one? You got Rick Rule, Eric Sprott himself. I can't think of the other ones, but there's a list of them, and they're all dishing out a complete load of misinformation to a lot of people. In fact, Kitco's, you could probably put a lot of the other ones in there too. Like Kitco advocates, all this rumor about the comics and these fairy tales about, not being able to deliver, and various other bullion dealers all across the entire country telling you that, the dollar is on its way out and all these sorts of ghost stories regarding the economy.
Well, so Klotsky is acting, I'm sure that SLV is audited by 5 firms, but I'm sure they have all the silver in there. But this person who's doing analysis thought that there were better records kept by SLV than PSLV when he did it. And of course, this article is over a year old, so things could have changed by then. But I was just saying is that like a lot of people are saying the physical versus the paper. And right now, I mean, if you want to, you can take delivery of silver from the COMEX. So until you cannot take delivery of silver from the COMEX, it's like the same thing.
Yeah, and you can very easily check to see who's actually taking delivery on a monthly basis at the COMEX too. They publish the lists every month. I mean, obviously, it's usually these big dealers and usually research firms I think are some of the bigger purchasers and other industrialists. But what they do, what they're trying to do is they take certain bits of that report and they highlight one of the numbers on there without showing you the rest. It's like look over here but don't look over here. and then they try to spin some kind of story that there's only so much, and they'll tell you rightfully that hey, this came right from the COMEX report, but they'll be reporting the number completely erroneously. And you see this all the time. And why are they doing it? Because they're trying to hawk their service, I guess, or they're trying.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, and you're actually revealing some things here that are very important because there's a lot of people that are out here. In this, we'll just call it silver community, gold community, precious metals interested community type people that don't really know this stuff, and you guys seem to have a handle on it, and not too many people really have a discussion like this at all. They just sort of skim right over it and they don't even talk about it, and I think that's important for the average investor to have at least an idea of what's going on here.
Well, David, let me tell you, the problem is that people take what they hear on the internet or from some of these so-called pundits or notary people as gospel rather than going and checking for themselves. And it's not hard to check. I mean, to go to the Comex site and then download their information, or even better yet, find their number and then call somebody at the Comex and then ask them some straight-up questions. That's all it really takes to validate, these myths.
But
Yeah.
Ernie, here's the premise. Ernie, the premise is that if you cannot trust the Comex, then it doesn't matter what they say on their website. That's the premise.
Well,
So what you have to do is go to an outside source, have a third party tell you what's going on, because a lot of people just assume the Comex is lying. So you have a third party explain it to you and do the analysis.
Well, see, that's the logical fallacy that they've created. You know, that you can't trust the person who's going to give you the right information.
Right. I mean, as a matter of fact, Tech, he did a report on the Silver Institute, and the response from a popular civil channel was, "Oh, well, the Silver Institute is just lying to you, and the report's a big lie. You can't trust it." And that was his argument. And the guy gets like 10,000 views on his channel, and the people believe him.
Yeah, and he's going out there spewing this crap without any kind of backup. I mean, if he could show proof that that his assertion is true, but they're making up stuff, and without any kind of reciprocity, on what they're saying. So it's, then you have a bunch of people that will grab a hold of that idea. You got to wonder though why some people will listen to a person who has no superior knowledge and will spew these lies, and yet they won't believe the people who are actually working at the source, or the people that have the actual information. It's almost like people want to believe in conspiracies. They want to believe that there's something bad going on, and that kind of justifies whatever I guess mistakes they've made in the past. I don't know. I really don't know what the mentality is around that.
Okay. Gold and silver. In 2008, when those things were crushed, like when gold was like under $800 an ounce, silver was like $8.50. There was no one saying in the media or elsewhere, these things are a screaming buy, right? When silver was $8.50, that was as screaming as a buy as you ever could get, right? I mean, silver at $8.50 a few years ago, I mean, that was like the deal of the century, right? When it was at $8.50, what did the experts say? It's going nowhere. It's going to go lower, right? So there's a lot of mistrust. And then when silver started taking off, a lot of these experts said, oh, it's never going to go up. And then it hit almost to 50. So from 8.50 to 50, there's this giant run-up where almost every market analyst on the mainstream media got it wrong. And a lot of the analysts got it wrong. A lot of the analysts didn't expect it to go to 849. So stuff like that happens.
Most analysts are doing this, Joe, right? And they cannot think for themselves. They can only think of, and it's an endemic problem with virtually all traders. Most traders buy at the height of a trend, and most of them sell when they're whatever they're holding is at the bottom of the trend, and it's mostly because they have this belief that or maybe. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because people really haven't been taught to really understand what the whole concept behind supply and demand, and when things are at extremes, and when's a good time to buy and when's not. There's some inherent fear in buying something that's low because you think it's going to go lower, but there's very little fear in when it's high because it's already been built. It's built up kind of a reputation for being up there, so you feel more comfortable buying it high. But it's completely contrary to what actually happens. So people have a hard time playing the paradox, right? Understanding that when something is low, that's a good time to buy. It doesn't matter if it's going to go lower. If it goes lower, then you buy more. But there's something in the human psyche that says that that's bad, and I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if anybody can explain it here, but it's just completely beyond me.
Actually, Ernie, I read some really good articles on this, And essentially, the way that humans are designed is we're social creatures. We're designed to be in the group.
To go with the group.
Right. So essentially, how long do you think humans have been on the planet in our current form? Like how many years do you think humans have been on life?
100,000 years that we've probably been, smart, at the same level of intelligence that we're at now.
Okay, so for 100,000 years, right? And what percent of that's a good round number? What percent of that has been in the agricultural age? 10,000 years, right?
Right.
So only 10% of the human condition has been post-agricultural age. And now, in the age when you have abstract things, the age of abstractness, right, is a fraction of that. Only a few hundred years we've had this abstract world of laws and, whatever, right? So basically, for like 98% of the human experience has not been in this abstract world. So we, as a group in the tribal world before agriculture, right? The group was your survival. Otherwise, you starved or got eaten by the lion or something. So those instincts we have to keep us survive don't work anymore in this abstract world of all these markets.
So Joe, what you're suggesting though is that we need more years, more millennia to build up the genetic predisposition to have the smarts to be able to buy low and sell high.
No, what I'm saying is that you have to have the education to realize that your instincts are wrong, and you have to join this abstract world by becoming an abstract thinker.
Well, but we're already mired in in this world now. I mean, we're smart enough that people should be able to get these concepts not over millennia or through cultural incursion, but through a couple of very simple lessons that they can learn in about 5 minutes. They don't need they don't need millennia to learn these concepts.
Right. They need someone to teach it to them, and there's two things: you need to find a teacher, and you have to have trust from the teacher. So that's what some of these other sites do, is they gain your trust by telling you what you want to hear, and then they can discredit silver reports because they gain the trust of their followers.
Well, it seems to me it's almost like there's it's in the interest of people that have the power to misinform or to keep people ignorant, so that there's not a level playing field. I mean, if you have too many people out there that can compete with you, then it's going to be much more difficult for you to to stay on top. Now, that's a very cynical way of looking at it, right? But why is it then that they don't teach some basic finance in schools, for instance?
I remember when I was in college, we had a course in finance, and we didn't go over the stuff we're going over, but they're talking about markets. This was like in the early 90s, and they were showing portfolios, and one portfolio had like 10% gold, and the people in the class were all like, "Gold? Why would you have gold in a portfolio?" And the portfolio had cash in it, like 10% cash, 10% gold. And the people were like, "Well, why would I hold cash?" And it was funny because this is this is University of Connecticut, a finance course, finance majors, and a lot of them were saying, "Why would you have gold and cash in a portfolio?" And the teacher was saying, "Well, you got to understand about mitigating risks." And they're like, "Well, if the stock market's going up, why don't you just put it all in the stock market?" And it was like these are very educated kids, and they were like, they're like, and of course, in the 90s, if you had 10% gold in the 90s, it had gone nowhere in a while, and of course in the 2000s when it took off, you'd be very happy with it.
I got a question for you guys about technical analysis.
Okay.
And let me get back on the Google chat here. I don't know which tab it was. Here it is. And I'm going to do my screenshot like this so you can see it. There's Ernie. So we're going to come back over to this free stock charts page. Can you see that now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. This is the SLV chart for about 2 years. Goes back to April 2012. Let me see if we can widen this out a little bit.
That's good.
Is that good? Well, I was going to take it back to the spike here, too, a little bit. Let me make it bigger. There.
Okay.
And I'm just trend lining here just for simple discussion. I'm not really trying to prove a point here. But you had, this goes back to 2007, 2006 actually. It goes back to into 2006. So anyway, we had a general silver price. This is pretty close for all practical purposes. Maybe a little higher than the actual price. No, actually, right now it's lower than the actual price. So anyway, we had silver was ranging from about $10 an ounce to I don't know, $17 or $19 an ounce during 2006 through mid 2008. Then it dropped off and then it started up again. All right. When it comes to technical analysis like this, can you come over here and accurately project where this is going into uncharted territory?
No. At no time will technical analysis in any way, manner, shape, or form ever tell you with any degree of certainty where price is going.
So what is the usefulness of it then?
It's a tool that helps you identify supply and demand and areas of low value, so that you can create, I guess, trading strategies that have some level of consistency. But if you look at all the patterns that are out there, and I've studied them all, and I've actually simulated them all. You know, I'm a systems. I've developed many trading systems. I've been doing it for many years. Just so people know, I'm former chief architect with Sun Microsystems. My team built out a lot of the Wall Street infrastructure as well as the trading systems there. And to this day, I develop trading systems. And I've put to statistical analysis all the major patterns. And there really aren't, there's very few of them that have better than a coin flip. Okay? So there really is no way, no credible way, to consistently use technical analysis to tell you where price is going. The best you can do is something like the VIX. The VIX is probably the best guide that you have. It is the market odds on where price might be going. So, for instance, with the S&P is at 1850 right now. The VIX is at $14. If you were to at 14 represents 14% variance. So 14% of 1850 is like, I don't know, $260. So what that's saying is that over the next 30 days, the S&P has a possible range of $230, or $115 up and $115 down. That's about the best forecast that you can get in terms of technical analysis that's out there. There are some patterns that that tend to that seem to work, some percentage of the time. The problem is if you start looking at them from any longer period and get enough data in them, they don't pan out to anything much more than a coin. What makes you money is your strategy, your betting strategy, the position sizing that you use, and limiting your risk on one side of the trade and expanding it on the other, and then playing those odds. That's about the best you can do. But it is a fallacy. And look, I'm a professional technical analyst. I've been doing it for a long time. The best thing that you can do with technical analysis is really only two things that really work. And that is when things are overbought or oversold, or in other words, they're at extremes. And then the other is divergences. Other than that, everything is really up in the air to statistical analysis, probabilities.
But the idea to come up with a strategy is to either buy low or sell high, or to short high and cover low. So in reality, you really are projecting where you think the price is going in this, in the land of uncharted territory.
Right. So
because otherwise, if you really don't know where it's going, you just show up, take a position, and let her rip.
That's pretty much it. Yes.
So does it really matter that the S&P is up here at, let's look at the spider because I can see the volume anyway. Does it matter that the well, I guess we should use the S&P for all practical. Does it matter if the S&P is up here at 1854 now, and that, you know, you have these relative high positions that have occurred over the last 4 days here now, and you know, if you think it's going somewhere, you're wrong, right? I mean, basically, you're wrong. If you think it's going up, you're not correct. Or if you think it's going sideways, you're not correct. You might as well just either short it, go long it, or just stay out of it. And either way, you're wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to ask here.
Well, you know, there are certain things, you know, there are certain odds that are a little bit better than 50%. So, for instance, when you come up to an area where there's very, very little volume that has ever been projected at a particular price, there's a psychology that people look at that as not representing a good value. So it's hard for the price to get through there. And so if it does get through there, it generally then will get through and then will run, right? So there are some psychologies that you can use in your favor. So for instance, you know that the market usually works in one of two ways. It's either trending or it's consolidating, right? And from a psychological point of view or from a sociological point of view, that's because that's how humans are reacting. But within those areas of trending and consolidation, it's almost impossible to actually pick, you know, where it's going to stop or where it's going to end. But generally, that's what happens. So if you want to think of it that way, you can use those types of concepts, you know, and you know, to trade, and that can be relatively, you know, you could build some, you know, some betting strategies and position sizing strategies around that could, you know, give you something better than a 50% chance. But when you start talking about the minutiae, about where price is at any particular time and where it's going to go next, that's another game.
But as a trader, you're looking. Let's use Apple for an example, because you trade Apple quite a bit.
Yeah.
So if you were going to come in here, let's just say you had let's say you just had $100,000 in cash in a margin account, and you were going to trade Apple stock tomorrow.
So right here, just looking at the chart,
right.
I probably wouldn't trade it, and the reason why is that it's now moved off of a low. All right. Now I probably would have bought into that low as it was moving moving down, right? And that would be my strategy: buy into weakness and sell into strength. Yeah, I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. So I'm going to test this question. So one Aaron said, what's the best place to sell gold or silver? Actually, if you can find a direct buyer, that's the best place to get rid of the middleman. But you can't always do that. Like, for example, if you got a friend or a relative who wants to buy or sell silver, and you want to buy silver, and you do that hookup, you're eliminating the middleman. Online dealers like APMEX are very efficient and good, but because they're in it for a profit, you're not going to get the best price from them, and they're not going to give you the best buyback price. But they are very convenient and easy to use. So that's kind of thing is, you know, I think I found APMEX like very reliable as far as buying and selling things back. But like if you got a friend who you know wants a little bit of silver and say you want to take some profits and sell it to him, that's probably one of the best ways.
How come I don't see the people in the chat off to the side here?
Well, you have to go to Ernie's webpage, Hangout and Talk Markets. On the right-hand side, it's the text.
Well, every other Google Hangout that I've been in, you can actually see who's talking over here. But this one, maybe I don't have something set right.
I'm at his Hangout and Talk Markets, and the side they're typing stuff in the right-hand side, and it's actually extremely easy to sell your metals back. Currently, if you want to sell anything to MX, you give them a call. You talk to a sales guy, and what they want is a credit card number. The reason why is because they're afraid that people, if the market goes up, then you're not going to ship them the metals. So you have to give them the credit card number, and if they don't get the metals from you, they charge you for the market difference and a $35 fee. So you get charged a fee from APMEX if you don't actually send them the metals. But so here's something interesting. So people, there's a lot of people saying points about, yes, the purpose for physical metals is insurance. But for a lot of people, say for example, you have metals, and all of a sudden now you're married and you want to buy a house. You need a down payment. You don't have cash lying around. What are you going to do? You probably end up selling some metals for the down payment for the house. And so that might be an unseen circumstance. Another thing too is the prices. Say for example, you had bought palladium when it was $200 an ounce, and now it's $800. Well, 200 to 800 is kind of tempting. You might just sell some of your physical palladium just because to pay bills and whatnot. So there's examples of people selling. It wasn't your intent, but like if you had bought silver at 5 and it goes to 50, maybe selling some silver makes sense then, even though it might not have been your intention at the beginning. So
well, I think David was, he's looking for some, some advice on technical analysis and, how do you actually make sense of all this stuff? Mm-hmm. And, I think that the simpler that you go, the better. And for me, I have just a couple of ways that I trade, and I follow this philosophy no matter what I do. I'm always looking for two things: the probability of profit, right? And so the probabilities are usually laid out in terms of market odds, and the market actually will do that for you. So the VIX is really exactly that, or implied volatility. If you go to any trading platform, it can give you the implied volatility of any particular stock at any particular time. And that's telling you over the next 30 days what's the range where the market is pricing it in, their pot odds, where they think the market's going to go, either up or down. The other, okay, so that's one thing that you can use as a tool. The other thing is I always look at extremes. And so I look at extremes because they represent some human psychology that says that for some reason people don't like to trade below or above this point, right? You don't know what it is, so you wait for it to get down to one of those points or lower, and that's where you buy. Or you wait for it to get up to one of those points, and that's where you sell. There's not much else you can do other than that, right? Everything else in between is kind of like a crapshoot, or at least the odds that are being placed at that particular time in the market. And then again, one other thing that I had mentioned before is that you look for non-confirming or non-correlating indicators, things that measure different things, like one thing that measures the strength of price and maybe one thing that measures the strength of volume, as an example. And you look for divergences, or you look for two similar markets that tend to move with one another, and you wait for them to diverge. Divergences are another extremely powerful phenomenon in the market, because what it's saying is that normally these things that are moving together, and they have to be just because of the physics, right? When they move apart, one of them has to be wrong. So what you're playing then on is, well, which one is wrong, And there's some simple tools that you can use that give you the odds that will.
I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah.
But I had the blue screen. I had the blue screen of death here.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm going to continue what I was saying for the benefit of everybody else. Phenomenon in the market, because what it's saying is, turn that off. These things are all together. Right. So those are the basic things that I think that you need, the basic tools for trading, and that's to look for extremes, and look for pot odds, and look for divergences. Then the other half of it is your betting strategy, and that's how you use your capital, and that's what I call your return on capital, how you leverage it. If you can keep those two things in check, so if you're doing every bet that you do has certain type of probability of profit. Let's say that you put all your bets and they have a probability of profit somewhere between 40 and 60%. And all your return on capital, when you leverage money, you always leverage your money, say, $1 of risk to $3 of potential profit. Now you have something you can work with. And over time, if you put on enough trades, you're going to start getting some deterministic results. Everything else.
I'm hearing a lot of static in the background from the music, I think.
What's that? No, I only got one.
Okay. Well, anyways, I hope hopefully everybody got that, and I think it will get recorded. But there, we're getting at 9:10, and I think we're kind of extending this session.
Getting tired.
No, well, it's not that. It went from 7:30 to 9, and just going much over this probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You won't keep the attention of people that are coming in. I'm going to probably try to edit it down by trimming it on the front side and on the back side.
How many people you got watching right now?
There's 60 people, 59 people.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we've had a pretty good audience, and it's pretty good. Now, the one thing that I would do differently later is I would have one of us, or at least maybe switch off responsibilities of watching the chat, right? So that you can compile questions and things. Because I feel really bad that not able to concentrate on what we're talking about and look at the chat at the same time and try to converse with people. So maybe that's the one thing that I would change in the future Hangouts.
So what do you guys? So, what do you guys think about? Was the big topic tonight basically what was it, gold and silver, kind of, or what?
No, just
we actually meandered some. We meandered a bit.
Say that again.
We talked about
because you're the silver. You're the colonel of the Silver Liberation Army. Where's your uniform? You don't wear that anymore.
I've got spare uniforms actually. If anybody wants a spare uniform, maybe I can offload them.
And then you throw all this guy here, he throws all his American Eagles in the Hudson River on the ferry.
Hey, I picked, speaking of American
Eagles. I did. I've been kidding throwing in the, yeah.
Speaking of American Eagles, I got something in the mail today. It's
look at it, he's a stacker.
It's a 2003 proof.
Are you a stacker, Ernie?
No, I'm not. I just wanted a proof. I think they're beautiful.
Did you get that on eBay?
No, I got it. Who did I buy it from? I got it from. Oh, they don't have a return. PPM. It's some dealer somewhere. It was a good price. It was about $10 under the Red Book value. So.
Yeah, I got to tell you guys one story here. I've been hanging out on a particular chat room. The guy's website, or the guy's YouTube channel, is FT Ideas. F as in Frank, T as in Tom, Ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets on, every once in a while, at least once a week, if not twice a week. But anyway, these guys hang out all night. I mean, I was in there one night from like 9 at night till 4 in the morning with these guys. But they're really into gold and silver and collecting different types of coins and everything. They talk about their numismatics and their PCGS graded coins and whatnot.
Well,
but we ran into a guy. Go ahead.
I've gotten into a few of those hangouts before. They're fun.
But we got into one particular thing happened that was really unique. We had this gentleman come along, and he's got a YouTube channel. His title of the YouTube channel is 24K, as in 24 karat gold. And this guy calls himself Big Al, and he's in Dubai. And he was telling us that he sells gold and he sells silver over there, but primarily he sells silver to the merchants. And he says that the merchants are buying silver. He's selling it to the merchants for $40 to $60 for a 1 ounce American Eagle, and they in turn are selling it to the buyers over there for $80 US. I've never heard of such a thing. And apparently, there's a lot of demand that stretches across that whole entire region and through Asia, the Far East nations. There he is. He's ready for battle.
Yes, someone said one of my new subscribers wasn't around for the SLA years. Right here, can you see it? This is the Silver Liberation Army uniform.
That's right.
It's from a hip hop store in New York City. Look at this. You see? Look at the stars and stripes. This is a Silver Liberation Army uniform, and I still have several left from when the silver was taking off. See, that's what happens when there's a mania, right? It causes me to do things like wear shirts like this and say I'm a Silver Liberation Army general. So when there's a mania going on, because you'll see I am very susceptible to things like me and so forth. Right. So you guys will know, because I'll be stuff like this.
What about that big sickle that you got? You should have one of those made out of 999 pure silver. That big Grim Reaper
that's actually
sickle?
a way to hide.
Or is it Sith?
That's
How do you
actually
say
a
this?
way to hide.
Okay. Hey, all right, I have to show you something. We were talking about going to estate sales, right? So I go to
Yes.
estate sales, and I pick up stuff like this.
Oh, wow.
All right. All right. Did you see? Yeah, see that?
Is
And
that real gold?
yeah. And so what I do is then I'll bring it down to the refinery, and I get this at about probably 50 to 60% of the spot price. And I'll bring that to the refinery, and I'll give it to them. They'll melt it down, and depending on how much I have, if I have enough, they can give me back ingots. But normally, I don't have enough for them for it to be worth it. They'll just give me cash. But I can I can make about 30 to 40% of my money just by going someplace and buying up people's jewelry.
You guys have a lot of old-fashioned auctions over there too, like estate auctions and stuff?
Well, probably as much as you have where you are.
Right. I'm just curious. I'm sure you have them. I just wonder if you go to those too.
Occasionally.
Do you?
If it's worth it. If I get some inside scoop that says, hey, there's going to be some great Persian rugs or some good Russell Wright furniture or some scrap gold or sterling, yeah, why not? Because it's a great value. If you can get stuff, you can practically double your money on some good buys.
So anyway,
Oh, okay. So anyway, it is getting kind of late. And you think we should wrap this up or something, or do we have like more endurance for more talking to markets and stuff?
well, you got a lot of endurance, Joe. Come on.
I just want to wonder if the people who are watching have endurance.
Well, you know what? It keeps on vacillating between like 55 and 65 views. So there are people that are coming on and off. I would say that we're probably near the end. But I would like to do this more often and probably try to make it a little bit more structured. Just a little bit more, not much more. I kind of like it. It would be good. I think having 3 people on is like the minimum that I would want.
Right.
I think 3 to 5 people would really work well. You got to have a conversation. And Joe, we need you to get a better camera.
Yes, I'll get a better camera. This thing I have is several years old, and I didn't get it with the intent of doing videos. And like I never ran AdSense, so my videos are really amateurish. I guess I could go ahead and put a few bucks in and have a more professional thing. Like Ernie's got that cool microphone in front of him, and it looks so professional or amateurish professional, and I could do something like that.
But I do want to mention one thing, Joe, before you leave. You're the guy that has been right up next to some of these VIPs in the silver community. I mean, you actually were right there. You met Mike Maloney, you met Max Kaiser and Stacy, and I don't know who else did you meet. Rick Rule. I think you met a whole number of people.
I met Eric Sprott.
We were talking about that earlier, David. That it's not that hard to do. It's to approach people because they're just regular guys.
They are the regular guys. If you know where they are, you can go find them and talk to them.
But I mean, that's pretty good, though. I mean, you guys are right up in there with the symposium. I mean, you were right up in there with those Casey Research. What were they? Conventions or whatever that they were. Something to that effect.
Yeah. Well, you have to go to the industry meetings because I was able to talk to Kitco. I talked to the analyst at Kitco. I talked to what's that blonde lady?
Oh, Danielle. Yeah, you met Danielle. She's cute.
I met Danielle. She's tall.
Is she taller than you?
She's taller than me, and she's
How tall
wearing
are you?
heels though. So I don't know. And also they're the people behind the scenes are at the booth. So there's like four. There are like 3 guys and Danielle there, and it was pretty cool because I taught Peter Hugg. He does a whole thing on the markets. He's got a whole section. I was talking with him. I was talking to him. It was really cool because these are the big names, and you go up to them and you talk to them at these conferences. Now Eric Sprott was harder to talk to because a lot of people were following him, but I got to talk to Eric Sprott, and I asked him a question. He dropped his business cards when I asked him this question because he didn't expect such a hard question. He dropped all of his cards. He had to pick them up. And
Well,
I
what
thought
was
he
the
was kind of
question?
shifty-eyed. He
What
wasn't.
was the-
I asked him some hard question about like his fund or something, and he was surprised he dropped his cards. But I couldn't meet Ron Paul. When Ron Paul spoke, he entered the stage from behind the curtain, and he left behind the curtain. He didn't walk in the. And most people, when they speak, they walk down the corridor so you can follow them and talk to him. And I wasn't able to talk to him, but a lot of other guys. And also, I worked on the Schiff for Senate campaign. Peter Schiff, I worked with him on the campaign, so I knew him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to get in front of the right people. I mean, you know, I don't like to name drop, but you know, in the industry that I was in the position that I was in, especially being a chief architect for Sun, I was in front of the C-level people of Fortune 5s and Fortune 10s, and you come across people like you wouldn't believe. And you know, when you're in the industry, it doesn't seem like anything. I mean, these people are just regular people. You could approach them just about anywhere. And a lot of people get all kind of Google-eyed over that, the fact that you're working with these, you know, what would appear to them as celebrities. And in some cases, you know, when you become popular on YouTube, you even become a celebrity there. And in the view of other people, they think that they're talking to a celebrity. And I could never, you know, fathom myself as being a celebrity. Maybe someday I'll have 100,000 viewers, right? And you know, I can have a posse, and I can be like Ron Paul, and I'll enter from the backstage.
Right.
But you know, people that are I guess famous, right? They are just regular people. They put their pants on the same way as everybody else. They probably go home and their wife is telling them to take out the garbage. They're probably going to have to mow the lawn on Saturday. You know, they're not much different.
So there's no indication that we can give on where this market is going to be heading tomorrow. What's your best guess scenario?
Did you see my latest video?
Watch his
Well,
videos.
I was just thinking maybe you could give us a little summary here in closing on what you expect the market to do.
We have three huge financial reports coming out tomorrow. We have a preliminary GDP. We have let's see, I'll tell you what they are. And you know, in the beginning of the week, I said exactly what would happen. I said that we would pop up above 1850 in the S&P, we would come back down, and then we would go sideways the entire week, trying to fight with that 1850 line because it's going to be a line of demarcation, and right through the Yellen speech, because I figured that everyone, you know, this was a make-up speech. She was supposed to do it last week, but she got snowed out. So I knew that the whole market had already priced in whatever she was going to say, because everybody knew what she was going to say. She was going to say basically that they were going to leave it open, that they may taper the taper, right? And so it would all come down to the end of this week. Now, the end of this week, we have a few really, really important reports coming up. We have the preliminary GDP. We have the Chicago PMI, and we have pending home sales. All of them are red letter reports. In other words, they have all of them individually have the potential to make the market either go up or go down sharply. But having all three of them in one day, within about 2 hours of one another, I think that that's going to determine whether this market goes up or down before the weekend.
Well, what do you think's going to happen, though? What do you think's going to happen with?
Well, when I said earlier, I remember I was talking about divergences. The bond market, the guys that trade the bond market are the smartest guys in the world. And why do I say that? Well, they're the ones that are controlling everything. The guys who are trading the bond market are usually the people that are working for countries and buying and selling the U.S., you know, all the U.S. debt, right? I mean, these are the guys that are trading billions and billions of dollars a day. Now, the bond market today diverged with the S&P. The S&P and the general markets were going up, but the bond market was going up too, normally the other direction. And so, to me, that was a divergence. That was the bond market saying, that it didn't believe that we're in a bullish market. We're in that tomorrow's reports were more than like. So, for instance, if I take a look at it right now, I'll take, and it's still elevated. I'm looking at bonds right now. They are still elevated. Yeah, that's what I think. I can even show that on screen, I think.
Really?
Yeah, let me try that. Let me give it a shot here. It'll just take me a second.
What's the name of that platform you got again there that you're looking at?
TradeStation. Just take me a second.
Okay, well, while you look at that, here's a point I want to go over. So on YouTube, we have different personalities, and some people have different followings. And there are channels on YouTube who are actually, quote, doing illegal things they are not financial advisors, but they are telling people what to do with their money, right? And you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to have a channel with 10,000 subscribers and say, this is what's going to happen for sure, right? So what's happening is YouTube is kind of the Wild West. It's not regulated. And you do have people who are really pushing the line of what you really should do as a pundit. Now, what happened was Ernie was talking with one of these pundits who's got a big name and who has lost some people money, right? And Ernie's approach as well, if a guy like Greg Manarino has 10,000 subscribers and a lot of them have lost money and a lot of them are looking for some advice, maybe you can educate his viewers. Like, go to his channel and say, listen, guys, let me tell you how markets really work. But what happens is that creates an association, and then all of a sudden, that because like if I were to go and say, hey, Greg Manarino, why don't you interview me? Let's do a talk together, right? Even though I might be on there trying to educate people and say, hey, listen, this is not the way to invest and look at things. I would be associated with him. And then all of a sudden, then people would start saying, oh, you're a scammer because now you're talking with Greg Manarino. But wait a second. My idea is to go on there, debate him, and convince people that, don't listen to what he's saying, right? I mean...
Well, Joe, that's really not the way I look at it, though. I mean, let me just sort of, before you go too far, because Greg Manarino, I think, is going to be on this channel next week.
Okay.
And Greg has his way of looking at the market. People think that there's guys like Taco Moneros out there that think that Greg is a scammer. But Greg has absolutely no skin in the game in terms of what he does for the market. He is putting out there what he really believes where the market is going to go. And so by all accounts, and it really depends on how you explain, your position too. When you're out there, giving your heartfelt advice to people about where you think the market's going to go and why it's going to go there, if you don't explain it in such a way that will give them the proper guidance so that they can trade the way you do, they're going to make a lot of mistakes, and that's what can happen, right? But in overall, from what I've been watching, and I've been basically becoming friends with Greg. He is a good trader, and he does trade well. But what I think of the problem is that the people that watch a channel like that, they don't know how to take the advice, or they misinterpret it, and people can lose money because of that. And so my idea is, and it's not really Greg's fault. I mean, it's the fact that there are people out there that just simply don't know what they're doing. And so my idea is that, geez, if I can go in there and then provide some professional level advice and a way to educate them in a way that would give them some structure around what they're doing with their trading, then everybody wins, right? Greg can be out there, talking about his feeling of the way, his opinion of the way the market works, and I can be there helping people couch or develop the skills and the muscle memory to be able to put ideas to action. So that, so I don't think Greg in any way is a scammer. As a matter of fact, I think exactly the opposite. I think that he is trying to help people. I think the problem is the communication gap between his knowledge and what people's ability is to be able to turn that knowledge and then turn it around and actually profit from it. And really, it doesn't matter if it's Greg or anybody else. You could have somebody out there that's giving the best advice in the world, but if people don't know how to then take that and then use that information in an effective manner, they're going to lose money. And it's the same way. I mean, I've seen the anecdote where you can take the best trader in the world and sit him down at a table, and then you can take a newbie trader and sit him right next to him, right? And that best trader in the world will be making all kinds of money, and the newbie trader will be making nothing. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they're sitting there trying to do, copy that trader. They just simply can't. So that's the way I'm looking at it. I'm providing, I think, a service where I can come in there and give people some basic rules and skills where they can then evaluate whatever Greg says or what some other analyst says and develop their own system and then be able to profit from that.
You know, Ernie, when it comes to this, right, is there are people who charge like $200, like Maren Armstrong, this guy Mike Stathis. They have these reports on gold, right, and they do all this technical analysis, and they charge $200. And I know people who have bought these things, and I'm thinking, wait a second, if I can figure out how to do technical analysis, then I should come to the same exact conclusions of these guys and not pay $200.
You know, that Stathis, I heard him only because of. Well, maybe I have run into him a couple of times, but primarily Tacos is the one who brought him to the forefront. But you know, that guy's offering a paid subscription too, and he's railing on all these other guys like Peter Skiff and all this for doing what they're doing. But you know, in reality, he's just doing the same thing.
Exactly, he's got an angle.
Well, what's the difference anyway, though? I mean, in reality, you can do what you want. I mean, I'm not going to sit here, you know. I like to engage in a little satire, you know, on the news unit, which is pretty obvious. But you know, you can do what you want. You know, I mean, it's pretty much an open platform, although it's become quite a show at times, and you know, some people have been rubbed the wrong way now and then. Whatever. It gets a little out of hand maybe once in a while, but you know, overall, it's an open forum, you know, for more or less, and there's unlimited amounts of things that you can come up with to do.
Well, you're right, David. You know, the thing is that it is like a big open pool or like a crowd. It's like going into an open courtyard with, you know, thousands of people, and they're all shouting at you different things, and you have to, you know, figure out where you're going to stand and receive the type of information you want to receive, and from what people, right? And everyone's competing for your ear, and you can get a lot of crap, or you can get some good information, but it's really still up to you, you know, the person, you know, to guide yourself and to discern what's good information from bad information. The problem is that some people they have a hard time doing that, and and they'll get caught up in somebody's diatribe and their way of thinking. Maybe they're very influential, and they end up going down the wrong path and making lots of mistakes, and people can get hurt. But you know, what I would say is it's caveat emptor. It's buyer beware when you go out into this pool. You know.
What you got there now? You got 3 charts, and what are those? Okay,
these are the Treasury futures. Starting from the left is the 5-year, then the 10-year, and then the 30-year. And I typically trade them together in an arbitrage, right? You know, I'll go.
I don't know much about those, but I want to, if you don't mind me interjecting, just a brief question.
Sure.
That 30-year, is that the one on the right?
Yes.
That's the one, or maybe it was the 10-year, but there was one of them that they were all talking about. If it got to 3%, the whole thing was going to tip over, and the economy was.
The 10-year. When
what was that all about? What was that theory all about?
Well, there seems to be some natural resistance when the yield on the 10-year gets to 3%.
Really?
Natural resistance in the market.
And what does that generally affect?
Well, that's the medium-term bond rates. You know, the yield on those bonds that people are buying. When they purchase things, they're looking for some level of stability and some kind of return over 10 years, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's actually what they represent. and 3%, that 3% level. See, what they do is they look at all the different yields and different rates together in what they call the yield curve, right? And depending on the shape of that curve, really has direct impact on or wide implications on the way the economy behaves or whether it's healthy or not. And what the Fed is constantly trying to do is they're trying to shape that yield curve. Whatever the current yield is for the relationship between the 30, the 10, the 20, the 5, the 2, down to the 6 month, down to the 2 week, down to the 1 day, right? And a lot of times you hear, the Fed is keeping interest rates at 0. What they're talking about there is the overnight lending rate. That's the 1 day bond that's out there, or the overnight lending rate for from transferring from one bank to another. Basically, what they're doing is, in that case, they're making money free, or making it easy for banks to transact money. So that whole yield curve is fundamental to the way the entire economy behaves, to the current situation, and that's what the Fed is constantly trying to do, trying to get people to either get heavily into the long bonds or try to primp up the midterm bonds, the 10 and the 20, or shorten. So that's the whole game, is trying to shape that yield curve.
So how do you tell what's going on by looking at these 3 charts in general?
Well, I just look at it from a general perspective. Typically, bonds act to the inverse of equities. So in other words, when bonds go up, equities are usually going down, and vice versa.
So these have been going up the last 3 days.
Right, they've been going up the last 3 days, but so have equities, which is odd. That's a divergence in my book. And,
really?
Yeah, and normally what you would do is you would put it in the favor of the bonds, because the bonds don't follow the equities. Equities follow the bonds. The bonds is where the real money is in the world. Remember I said earlier that this is the bond marketplace is where all the countries are coming in and buying and selling and transacting U.S. dollars. This is where the game is.
Okay.
And virtually everything else is kind of tied to this. This is the tail that wags the dog.
So that's where you're trading right now. You've got this. What did you call it? A carry trade or something?
No, I do an arbitrage, which is a pairs.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, a pairs trade, and that's where I go long the 5-year and short the 10-year, or vice versa, depending on which way I want to trade it. And I'm looking for a divergence in. Now, normally they trade together, right? And then every once in a while, because of some economic report or some situation, they come apart. And what I do is then I go long the underperforming one and short the overperforming one, with the expectation that they will come back together, and that's where I profit. So
you don't trade like straight out like equities, J.C. Penney and stuff like that? Generally?
No, that's a fool. I think that's it's huge speculation. I suppose once in a while I might buy some undervalued stock and let it run. Like recently, I've bought GDX and SLV. Because I felt that they were at extreme lows, and it's probably a good idea to hold
that's another question I have. The GDX and the SLV, those are sometimes they're called ETNs and ETFs. What's the difference? What's an ETN?
Well, an ETF is an exchange-traded fund.
Right.
An ETN, I forgot what the N stands for. Exchange-traded something.
Okay.
But, they're basically the same thing. They're basically a basket of stocks or bonds or other assets that are put together in the form of a stock that you trade.
And I heard you say one day that they are really made to go to zero. Is that true?
There I was talking about leveraged ETFs that use a futures contract as its basis, as its underlying asset, particularly the VIX. So, like when you trade UVXY, that's a 3 times leveraged ETF. And what it does is it trades futures, VIX futures contracts underneath. And because of the 3 times leverage, and because they're trying to simulate a 30-day average price of the VIX, and because these contracts only last for a month, they're constantly rolling them and rebalancing them. And the action of rolling and rebalancing naturally depletes the value of the fund. So in essence, over the long term, every once in a while, that rebalancing and depletion of the fund brings the value of the fund down closer and closer to zero. That's why the VIX, the VXX, and UVXY, every 3 months or every 5 months, they have to do a reverse split on it and bring its price up again. Otherwise, it would go all the way to zero.
Now, why did they do that reverse split recently on the EGQ as opposed to the SLV? Because that thing was pretty close to the SLV in price. It was like 18. It was only $1.
Sorry. Are you guys reading the comments?
I can't read them because I wish I could, because it says group chat over here and it doesn't work.
We're getting a lot of feedback from the comments about what people are suggesting and so forth.
Well, fill us in.
Okay, so one topic is people want to know, like, what pundits that they can, what pundits who we like, who we don't like, and there's actually a lot of questions, but basically, my response was, like, they say, who do you trust? And I say, what I'm learning is that no matter how good someone's intent is as a pundit, you can trust them less and less. That includes Ernie and me and Elton. No matter how much intent we have, there's a limit that you can trust us, because you really have to. There's a point where you have to get your own. You have to get your own tools, and you have to do your. You have to you have to look at everything we say, because my intent might be the best. Like someone left a comment about silver, right? About 65. I really had thought that silver was going to go to 65 before it fell, and it fell at 50. And then I kind of realized something. I said, on the way up, a lot of these bulls actually hit the price targets correctly. Like, a lot of them said it's going to hit this level, and it had to hit that level. And on the way up, they were right consistently. But the moment that it fell out of the uptrend, they were wrong consistently.
Okay, Joe. Let me just respond to that then. I agree 100% with whoever said that they can't trust pundits and they can't trust us. And I'm not asking anybody to trust me. I've been wrong many times, but I'm also right a lot too. But that's not a qualification for trusting me to make trading decisions based on me. My whole point and what I want to do is help people think for themselves, to give them the tools, to give them some basic philosophy around how they trade that's simple and is void of all the fluff, so that they can simplify what they do in their trading and concentrate and get good at that one thing, and try to simplify the markets so that they can be more effective. That's my only thing. And along the way, I'll show my acumen by using those tools and putting them into practice and showing people how I do it. And then you can be your judge on my calls. Now, I would challenge anybody to look at my calls over the last 5 years and show me where I've made a few bad calls, I'm sure, but most of my calls have been pretty good. But that doesn't mean you should follow me, and I'll tell you why. Because most of the calls, the long-range calls that I've made, I don't even bet on them. All right?
Right. That's a good point. Is that a lot of these guys who make market calls are not even betting on them. It's like entertainment for them. They're saying, where's the market going? And they throw out some answer, but they're not even trading on it. They're making some guess just to get famous or something, but they're not actually trading what they're saying.
Well, I'm certainly not getting famous.
Because I'm the reason I actually started the news unit was simply because a friend of mine was out in California, and that was during that Japan earthquake and the subsequent Fukushima disaster. And if you Google why I started the news unit, just Google that phrase, you'll read about it, and it's a true story. But anyway, so I don't really have an agenda on here as the news unit. A lot of people I know, bar none's, accuse me of that and this one and that one, but oh, he's got a donate button, Yeah, I got a $10 donation one time from somebody. I don't even know who it was, but and I don't even get any AdSense money to speak of. But the thing is, I'm not on here to create some kind of the next info wars or anything like that. I'm just, compiling my own information and things that interest me, whatever, and just kind of keeping track with current events. But through the course of events that have taken place on here now since I've started the news unit, I've opened myself up to the YouTube medium and so forth, and all these different things that have developed from the economic standpoint, and all these, it just grew. I've become aware of a lot of people now in this financial survival / gold and silver community, whatever, and numerous other people too. And
Okay.
it's an interest of mine, Go ahead.
Right. So anyhow, someone was asking about Jason Hummel. You guys have heard of Jason Hummel, right?
I have heard the name, but I don't recall who he is. Just refresh my memory. I think I've seen his video.
He has a silver newsletter, right? He's got I think 50,000 subscribers to his newsletter. He's been in silver for 10 years or so. He had his own mint, the Hummel Mint, which went out of business. His mint went out of business, right? Recently,
Okay.
and he Mike Maloney interviewed him when I first got involved with silver on the internet. I found Mike Maloney's page. One thing I liked that Mike Maloney had was he had interviews with all the big names in silver. He talked with Ron Paul. He talked with the guy, the Mugabe guru. He talked with David Morgan. Every single big name in silver. This is 2008 or so. He had this up. He had an interview, and one of them was Jason Hummel. So when Mike Maloney took me and several other YouTubers out to dinner, we were talking about people. Jason Hummel came up, and Mike and him had talked, and essentially Mike told me that Jason Hummel got his start because he was he got his money from pumping and dumping penny stocks in the .com boom, and that is how Jason Hummel got his start, and then he switched to silver. And actually, Jason Hummel has lost money trying to trade silver contracts, but he still has a lot of money from his .com thing, and that's kind of Jason Hummel's story from Mike Maloney. And obviously I don't know Jason Hummel. I can't say what kind of person who he is, but a lot of these guys had some pump and dump in their background.
Well, that's the same thing with that inflation U.S. crowd, but I won't go into names. You know who I'm talking about. And
well, actually, I think everybody's aware of Lebed because if on YouTube he comes up so much that he's well known. But guys like Tolving, right? I had used Tolving for several years as a bullion dealer, and I'm seeing articles now.
Oh, really? You actually buy bullion?
I used him in the past. I haven't used him because of all the articles coming out about him having bad service. I had good service with him. When I had bought from him, I got the silver right away, right? I had bought from him, I got the silver right away. But I haven't bought from him recently, and I'm hearing some things. I'm not buying from him anymore.
Actually, it's funny you should mention that, but actually I called him up one time. I was going to buy something, and he got real mouthy with me. The guy's kind of a moody guy. He's up 24. He's a real knucklehead.
Right, he's moody, he's short and to the point, but you got to realize, this guy and his son, for 24 hours a day, are doing nothing but taking silver orders, right? So, so what happens is he's not in the mood for anything but just business, right? So, I mean,
people buying this stuff. This is a curious discussion.
What?
There really must be a big market for this going on then.
Well, we'll consider this, right? How many Americans are there? 300 million or so, right?
Right.
How many bullion dealers are there in the country?
Don't know.
A few,
for sure.
Right, so you've got less than one internet bullion dealer per state, right?
Okay.
So consider, if you got only one bullion dealer in your state who's online, consider how much volume he's got to do just because there's millions of people.
Well,
right?
that's interesting. There's people hoarding this stuff. What's the idea behind it? What do you think, Ernie?
What's that?
This whole deal with this, because they're telling you that there were record American Eagle sales. I mean, people are buying this stuff left and right. Who are these people?
Well, I mean, it's not like they're producing so many that it's a big mystery that they're being bought up. I mean, we're only talking about in the tens of millions or under 100 million of like Silver Eagles. It doesn't take a whole lot of people before they get bought up rather quickly.
Right.
I don't see what the I don't understand what the big deal is.
I just was wondering what's the deal behind all these coins? What's the deal? Why do these people buy this stuff? What's the big reason?
Well, they think that buying silver. I mean, they've been fed the story that they need to move their money into hard assets, and they think that buying Silver Eagles are the way to do it. Now, there are some people that are just getting into the whole idea of stacking, and it's almost like as long as it has silver, that's okay. What they're really into doing is just buying different stuff, and they think it doesn't matter what they buy because they're under the belief that when the economy collapses, that they're going to become millionaires, right? So there's two different types. There's those people that are buying it, rationally, and buying it as bullion because they know that they need a certain amount of bullion in their portfolio. Then there are the others, and it's a big scale too between the belief system. At the far end, it's the stackers. They think that it doesn't matter what they buy as long as they buy it and keep on buying it because that's going to be their salvation.
But it is interesting to me because I've seen this stuff as an auctioneer and estate sales, a lot of coin collectors and stuff, and I didn't know a thing about coins. I did an auction one time with a friend of mine, and he sent me in the back to do the coins, and this was back in like somewhere around 2004, 2005. This guy was getting rid of his entire collection, and I went back. I didn't know even what an American Eagle was at the time or a Morgan dollar. I had no clue, and I'm just letting the bidders tell me what the prices are. It was pretty funny. But then I got a little handle on it as we went along, and I asked the owner to just, start a bid for me, and then I took it from there in the chant. But, there's a lot of people that are interested in coins, but, I just don't know who's really interested in buying all these monster boxes or whatever they are and these 100-ounce...
So I got to answer that using it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few years ago when silver and gold were hotter, remember the contest they had at APMEX, make your own video about bullion?
They did?
You missed that?
Well, I didn't even know anything about them.
You're the anti-news unit then, I guess. but anyhow, a few years ago, the APMEX channel did a contest, right?
Really?
And in this contest, you got to see all the people, the stackers themselves. They all made videos. It was great. You had people doing special effects. You had people doing funny stuff, doing skits. They were basically it had to be less than 2 minutes, right? Okay. And it said make a 2-minute video about why you like APMEX, and people showed their bullion. You got to see the faces of people. You got to see their skits. It was great. This was like the heyday, and there were dozens and every day like a dozen new videos would pop up from APMEX, and I would watch these videos and say, aha, that's the face of the stackers. And it was regular people, it was odd people, it was professional people. It was a huge mix of APMEX. It was great. And a few YouTubers did a video, but the ones who won were people who didn't have regular channels. It was like I wonder if it was intentional, or they made sure people who won were not like channels, but it was a cool contest. This was like was it 2010, I think. It was it was pretty cool. And yeah, so I wonder if the APMEX site still has those up. I'll look up for
Did you make one? Did you make one too, or what?
I did, but it was I didn't have like a. Some people were very creative. They had stories behind it. I think they might have taken them all down, but that was like, aha, these are the people who are in the market with me. That's what I was able to see. Aha, this is the people. And I remember there's some really fun. There's some really funny ones. Some of them were kind of lame. Some people had their kids on there.
Yeah, it's funny. Who actually? How did this price get run up so high? Ernie, I'd like to hear your take on that.
The price of what?
Silver and gold.
You mean when it hit the...
Yeah, when it took off like that. What was the thing? What was the catalyst behind that?
Well, I think that it was the misinformation, and it was a combination of things. You're coming off of one of the biggest crashes that we've ever experienced. You have high unemployment. You have all the economic factors that that would point to some possible calamity, and there was a lot of tension. And then
There,
on top of
there
that,
really was fear and there was true fear and doom in the marketplace. That was not an illusion. There was real fear. And what happened is the government intervention and the bank intervention was unprecedented. And from someone, so you're seeing this stuff happen, right? And of course, there's a memory of the 80s. In the late 70s, there was something almost similar, and the prices of those things ran up. So you had people buying stuff because they wanted more security. And of course, what
and simultaneously, and simultaneously, you had all the snake oil salesmen out there trying to take advantage of the situation and hawking their wares. And so they're out there waging a campaign of misinformation that is fueling that flame of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And
I will say that a bigger, just as big of a fuel was the people who are trading, because what happens is these people who look at trends, when silver hit a breakout trend, every single trader, amateur trader was on there trading silver. They're all going long. The longs just poured on, and then they all hopped out. So I think a lot of speculators.
There has to be underlying. There had to be a whole load of traders in the futures markets. Am I right, Ernie, that were really driving this price up? Who were these people?
the people that were driving the price up?
Yeah, I mean, they had to be.
Well, I mean, it's a huge market. I mean, you can't say that there were some people that were driving the price up. I think that's one of the misconceptions, that there are some cases when you have a thin market, you can have a cartel of people that can drive prices, up for some period of time, but they can't sustain it. The market's too big.
I got a question about that, because you hear this talked about all the time, that there was, oh, the buyers came in, there's buyers, oh, there come the sellers, and then you hear people tell you that for every seller there's a buyer, and for every buyer there's a seller. Well, if that's the case, then the price should really go nowhere. If there's a buyer for every seller and a seller for every buyer, then why do they tell us that there's a load of sellers that came in one day, or a load of buyers came in? We got all these buyers coming in, so it sounds like everybody was just buying and nobody was selling. What's the deal with that?
So guys, it's like 10 o'clock, so I'm going to sign off then. So we got a half hour overtime. So it was a lot of fun, and I got some really good feedback from my viewers, and we got some really good information out there. But thanks a lot, guys. It's like almost.
Wait, hold on, Joe. Don't go so quickly.
All right.
Yeah, Joe, stay on the line here for just a second. We're going to wear you out.
Just a few seconds, and we'll just wind things down. All right.
Right.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and I'm sorry, David. I'm not going to get into a whole nother conversation right now.
Oh, that's okay.
Because I was hoping to actually get off about.
That's cool. No, I don't want to keep. Yeah, you guys want to do something.
But this is a great experiment. I plan on doing this every Thursday and inviting people, right? And next week I'm going to have as my featured guest Greg Manarino.
Oh, cool.
And we'll probably bring on 2 or 3 other people as well. That whoever I can muster up.
Right.
And I'll keep on doing this, and all for the purpose of just getting the information out there and letting people meet the people for who they really are rather than who they think they are.
Right, that's a good idea, to have an informal get-together sometime like that, just for fun,
Yeah.
It's needed.
All right. Well, I want to thank David from the news unit. If you are not familiar with what David does, he has a really cool, I guess you could call it a pseudo news organization, but it's almost like some part parody, part news, and you track all the goings on the YouTube community and extended communities, and it's at thenewsunitblogspot.com, right?
Actually, you could it's just newsunit.net. That's the easy one.
Oh, okay, newsunit.net.
Yeah, that gets you there.
Yeah, and then there's Joe the Silverfuturist, and I think that he already left.
Joe took off.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait around.
Well, let me see if you can chant that E-mini Futures like that one guy does, like Flickenstein, or what's his name? Bill Lichtenstein?
Ben Lichtenstein, yeah.
Yeah, let's see. 9.5 evens traded now, evens now. I mean, come on.
No, I'm terrible at that. I've listened,
49s are trading.
Huh? I subscribe to his service. Actually, I don't subscribe. Because I know him, I have a private line into it.
Really?
Yeah, but it's amazing. I don't understand how he can do it for that entire session. It's just...
It's real easy.
But
I
then,
could do it too, actually.
but then
Well,
he,
that's because I'm into that,
yeah, he has a guy take over for him at lunchtime.
Right. Yeah.
But,
Now, who actually listens to the guy? Who's tuned into him? People all over the United States?
oh yeah,
Really?
yeah, yeah, absolutely, big audience.
He's not doing the pits though, right? Is he?
No, he only personally does the E-mini S&P pit, but he also has other people that are doing some of the other pits too that are part of his service too.
Okay.
So there's somebody doing the metals pit and someone doing the bonds pit, I believe.
I wonder if that's a good job. Does the guy make a good coin doing that?
Um, you know, it used to be a traditional job, and they used to have a crier for every pit.
Okay.
And then they started, once we started going more electronic and all these pits started to vacate in terms of the number of traders that are on the floor there, it's only a fraction of what used to be there. They stopped doing the open cry or these auctioneers, and Ben revitalized it a bit. And I think he's doing a pretty good service because he provides some things that you don't get from just looking at the ticker. First of all, you can hear the traders in the background. You can hear their
Yeah, you can hear a little bit of background noise, yeah.
and also he's pointing out various traders. Like often you'll hear him say number one, who's the the top independent trader there, and what he's doing, and he'll talk about the paper, which is usually referring to the institutional players and when they're making a move, and a lot of times you can hear something developing on his service before you actually see it realized on the ticker.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know. I've actually listened to him a little bit now for just the last 4 days. I'm just getting used to him.
Yeah.
But it's I get a kick out of it because being an auctioneer, we love that kind of stuff. We love the chant. So I'm trying to figure it out here by looking at my quote grid and watching the ES, the slant ES.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that he doesn't go in. He doesn't do the digits the same way that it's showing up for me. Like if I'm looking at it here, I'm going to say
Yeah,
4.5 are trading. I forgot how he goes, but it's kind of difficult because I'm used to going up in price for a sale, not just all the way around the board. But anyway, he gets going with this, and he does it in 10-cent increments, I believe. Is that or something like that?
Yeah. On the floor, they're trading different things.
They are. That's a different system. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. But yeah, this is a nice little visit tonight. I enjoyed meeting up with you guys. It was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you came by.
I got a ton of questions about markets and stuff. I really like to, have a big forum about a lot of things, and I still don't have a lot of my questions answered, but it takes time. It's a huge topic. Let's face it. I mean, you can't come to an understanding of all of that in one night.
No.
But it is worth talking. I don't think too many people talk about it enough. They just kind of,
Well, here's the problem. When I get on here for this first night, you can start a whole bunch of questions start being thrown around, and
right.
you try to answer it, and it sounds really complex. And my hope is that by doing this over and over, I start relaying to people that it doesn't have to be complex. You can look at it in a simple way. You can wipe away most of the fluff and just concentrate on the things that are important, and then develop some skill in that area on the things that are important, and then backfill all the extraneous stuff. Let that sort of color your overall look of the market. The problem is that most people come into this and they get overwhelmed by the information. And there's a whole new lexicon, terminology, and so many different moving parts.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's quite interesting. Oh, that's a nice looking mic you got there. You look like Imus in the morning. Huh?
Well,
Imus?
I do a lot of videos, so I want my voice quality to be as good as it can be.
Right. But yeah, I liked your video the other day when you were out walking in the woods there, when you were showing those. What are the name of those little bugs?
Oh yeah, the snow fleas.
I wonder if we got those here. We probably do.
Yeah, it's really weird seeing bugs, in the middle of February on the snow.
Yeah. I'm sure we've got them here in the woods too. I don't know for sure, but it's probably a similar bug.
But I looked them up, and it's interesting. They have a type of antifreeze. They did a genome sequencing on them,
Oh, really?
and they have a protein in them that acts like an antifreeze. And what they're trying to do is figure out how they can use that protein for industrial applications.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a naturally occurring antifreeze.
So you're just going to trade your bonds tomorrow, huh?
I try to keep it pretty simple. I
Yeah.
trade things that give me a wide look at the market, And bonds, if you want the best look at the market, bonds are where it's at. Bonds and volatility and gold and silver are my primary things, and I might trade the indexes. And
Oh, so you do trade the GS and the GC or whatever now and then?
Yeah. I used to trade the arbitrage between gold and platinum when it reached parity there for a while. Now it's diverged again.
That's pretty slick. I'm trying to learn that right now. I'm just getting into the basics of it right now, but it's going to take some time.
The basics of
Futures and options.
well, that's a big.
It is it's a big subject, yeah.
Well, hey, look, if you want to talk about it some more, I can show you a really simple way to look at it.
Well, actually, I'm in the process. What is that book? I don't have it on this computer. There's a big PDF file, 180-page book. It's huge. I like that kind of way of doing it. I'm kind of the old textbook style guy too. But
Yeah.
I watched one or two of your videos. I just haven't got back to them yet. So I'm trying to I'm trying to get a little education in this area, see what's going on with it, so I know what I'm talking about. Because I don't want to get and you hear it all the time. Obviously, you got to know what it is a little bit.
The problem with options is that most people have a total misconception of how to trade them. They think that options are a vehicle for leveraging your assets or your capital. And while it will do that, that's not the way you should be looking at options. Options are really a bettingsman contract. I mean, they essentially give you the pot odds of what's going on in the market. And so it's just like going to the dog track. I mean, if you go to the dog track, you have odds up there on the table, and you pick your bets based on those odds. Market's the same way.
It pretty much is a big casino.
It is, and they lay all the odds out for you. I mean, it's right out there, right in plain view for you. The entire market is odds driven, but people don't play it that way, and it's a shame. They play their intuition, and that's why most people lose.
Well, you'll be up at the bell, right? You're up at every open market, right?
Yeah, I never go to sleep. I'll probably catch the European Open at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Do you watch CNBC all night?
Oh my God, I couldn't do that. No, I have Netflix.
Okay.
I got to get away from the market every once in a while.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I just, I tune in now and then and see what's going on with it, but that's, sometimes it's overdone. Well, lately I've been in here a lot playing with the computer. This winter's been brutal.
Oh yeah.
And I'm getting really tired of it, actually.
I was turned on to a new guy. Well, he's not new on YouTube, but I'm learning all this incredible information about how the sun influences the Earth's weather. And I don't know if you know this guy. Let me see if I can get his.
Suspicious Observers?
Yes.
Yeah, I know about him.
Oh, you do?
I don't know him real well, but I know of him and I've seen his videos.
Well, I went to his website and I subscribed to him. I'm an annual subscriber. I was so impressed with it. And so I looked at some of his courseware, and I've learned about how to read his analysis.
Right.
It's really incredible. I mean,
he covers a broad spectrum of things from meteorological observations to climatological observations, astronomy,
tectonic movements.
All sorts of what do you call that study of the Earth there? That's the the lithosphere and so forth. And he covers a pretty broad brush. I actually am relatively well studied in meteorology, and I don't have the degree to prove it, but I'm a storm chaser, and I've been on the Weather Channel live, so I'm not at all ignorant of broadcast type situations and media. I've got some exposure there, and I like it. I can be live on TV, and it doesn't bother me, and so forth. But I usually, you know, and I've been right there reporting live on the Weather Channel to the entire country a few times. And in fact, one time they turned me loose. They turned me loose one day. I was in western Missouri, and I don't know what happened, but they let me talk for like 7 to 10 minutes, it seemed like. And they said, "Well, what's your idea about tomorrow?" And I just quickly got up my my tabs on the computer. And I said, "Well, we've got this low pressure over here, and we've got this frontal boundary that's going to be moving through the area tomorrow, and it looks like the upper level of dynamics are still such that showers and thunderstorms will probably break out, maybe not as numerous as today's outbreak." And then I went on and on about it, and they let me talk on the Weather Channel, and you know, it was really kind of weird. A lot of my friends were, you know, people were calling off the hook at home, and "We saw you on TV," you know. You didn't really see me, you just heard me, but.
Yeah. Hey, David, we just got Gypsy Hustle.
Hey!
Hey, how's it going?
We got a new gentleman on.
Yeah, I just came in to say hi.
What's going on?
Not too much, just listening to you guys talking about the climate.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching now Suspicious Observer now for about 3 or 4 months. I was so impressed with his ability to call major weather pattern changes by doing some of his analysis of stratospheric winds and solar winds. I just couldn't believe that this guy was spot on all the time, and so I decided to become a subscriber and learn more about it. And it's amazing to me. It really is.
You know what I think is the problem with the whole climate change thing, is that 99% of the population isn't qualified to have an opinion on it, because only scientists really have the right information. So anyone who bases an opinion on it really has no idea what they're talking about, the average person.
Well, that's the great thing about this guy's site, is that you can go there and he gives you all the tools that you need and all the other places where you can get the information. It's all freely available. It's all out there on the internet. It's just knowing what to look at and how to read it, how to analyze it.
But that's incredibly difficult for the average person, because they have to know how to differentiate what's true and what's false, and to be able to do that takes years of scientific understanding. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, I did start my career as a rocket scientist, so I have some background in that.
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. But I'm just saying, me personally, and the average person, it would just be an opinion if I said I believed in it or didn't believe in the theories, and so it's kind of worthless.
Yeah.
Well, that's I don't know what you guys are really focused on with Suspicious Observers. Let me bring up my screen share here real briefly, and I'm going to switch over to this browser. But anytime you talk weather, I'm all ears. And it's been unseasonably cold, as we all know, across much of North America since the middle of November. And there's been a lot of conjecture about different things going on with with HARP and all these theories about weather modification, chemtrails, and so forth. Even though it's going to be an opinion, I don't know if you're a scientist. What's your name and the other gentleman?
Ed.
Ed?
Yeah.
Are you into discussing weather and climate too and all that kind of thing, or not necessarily?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just I'm not a scientist, so I'm not really in a position to have an opinion on it.
Well, I'm not either, but I have plenty of opinions and some understanding in that area, so I'm not afraid to delve into it. But I just wanted to know if you guys believe in this chemtrails. Just use that for instance. Do you believe that there's this chemtrail conspiracy? Is that a true thing, or is the jury out on that?
I wouldn't believe in something without having any evidence for it. I'll put it like that.
That's the way I look at it too, Ed. I haven't seen any credible evidence that chemtrails actually exist, and what kind of trails are out there and what their effect are.
I haven't either, but you know that I'm not sure if Suspicious Observers subscribes to that or not, but there's a few very serious websites or serious YouTube channels that really get into this. And there's one guy that's a meteorologist per se, and he's out in Colorado. I can't remember his channel, but he's real adamant about it. But you know, I've been a pilot, I've been an air traffic controller, and in all of my dealings with the National Airspace System, and you know, I think I should have some credibility in that area because I've been up there, and I've been, you know, worked the National Airspace System as an air traffic controller. There never was a dispatching of aircraft to go up and spread whatever they claim they're spreading. And you know, every time I look at these videos that these guys show about chemtrails, it's just, you know, I can look out here in the evening and see the same, I call them contrails. I can see the same contrails crossing the Dell's VOR, which is a very high frequency omni-range transmitter that's used to navigate with by the aircraft.
Well, let's put it this way, David. I mean, if there was such a conspiracy, right?
Right.
The most grand conspiracy of all time, where you have guys like you that were air traffic controllers and meteorologists and people that are working on the ground on the airports to keep all this under wraps and to be able to hide all these chemicals and everything and be able to somehow, you know, modify these engines and get them up there and do all this work under some sort of cloak of secrecy. It's so fantastical that it just blows my mind that people actually believe that this could possibly be truth. I mean, you can take data and you can spin it however you want and try to weave a story, you know, after the fact. But how do you prove? How can you show that there's any kind of? I mean, the infrastructure in terms of people, processes, and things to be able to make this a reality would be enormous. And for it to not be noticed by the most casual observer is just beyond me. So that's why I have to chalk it up to be pure conspiracy.
Well, see, I've watched. See, that's another thing. You know, I started this website because of the Fukushima thing. My friend was out in California. He wanted to know what was going on, so I quick made it, and I just kept him going since. And you know, a lot of the information that started to be spewed on YouTube, I took it to task because I saw, wait a minute, now these guys are full of BS. And I started to get on their case about it, and everybody started getting angry and really mad and everything, and it created a big ruckus. But I'm not just going to sit there when some guy's telling people some bogus information that I know for real is bogus, or like this satellite picture, for instance. You know, they're playing these satellite projection models that show, you know, the short waves that come across the Pacific and so forth, and they're calling this, you know, all Fukushima radiation. Look at it, it's hitting the West Coast. You know, like I could zoom in here right now and say, yeah, you see this shortwave out here off the West Coast, and this is just bringing all this radiation in and all this stuff, and you know, it's not at all radiation. These are just cloud tops. These are just cold cloud tops out here over the water. And there's an area of low pressure out here with a frontal system that's coming in here, and it's, you know, and this is an area of cold air up in Canada. This may not even be clouds. You'd have to look at a visible satellite imagery to get, you know.
Well, unfortunately, David, what happens is that people look at that graphic and they don't know what they're looking at. And
no, they don't.
So someone can tell them whatever they want to tell them, and they're going to believe it. I mean, who are they to disprove it?
I think one of the things with conspiracies that people neglect to think about is it's actually very difficult to keep a secret. Even if you have a small group of people who do, say, like a bank robbery or something, one of them will usually leak information to a family or a friend or someone, and that's how they get caught. So if you think of something on a large scale like chemtrails, the number of people you'd have to have involved, and the number of people who have to be sworn to secrecy, it's very, very unlikely. It's very, very difficult to keep things under wraps. I mean, it's possible, but I just don't think it's likely.
I mean, there are some companies that have been able to do that. Apple is a good example. But Steve Jobs actually kept secrets away from the media about what products that they would be coming out with. The way he did it, though, is he organized the whole company into small groups. So there was never a group that was bigger than 100, and they were always working on one part or the other of a product. No one would ever put it together. there would only be another small group that was sort of like the assembler of these products. And so he was effectively able to keep the information about what products were coming to market. Not only that, but they had hundreds of products that were going on at one time, so no one ever knew what was actually coming to market.
Yeah, sort of compartmentalize it all.
Yeah, and you know, the vast majority of these things would just sit on the shelf as research. But you know, that's just one company where they have, you know, really tight controls, and they've been able to organize the company in such a way they could do that. When you start talking about, you know, a distributed network of international airports, and all the companies and agencies and people that are involved in that process, you're right. It's so outside the realm of possibilities that it's not even worth contemplating.
Yeah, I mean, some people say that the moon landing was fake.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
But that would have to be a huge conspiracy, you know. It'd have to be, maybe they could trick people by having them work on a simulation instead of something real, but even then, that's just, it'd be so difficult to implement some kind of big scam like that.
I guess it's fun to think about, but
yeah.
And but the chemtrail thing, you know, when I see these videos of these people that don't have even half of a understanding. Now, some guy like Suspicious Observers, I'm not saying he's the guy, but there's another guy similar to him that's really comes across as, you know, pretty smart about weather, and he's looking up in the sky and, you know, this and that. He can be rather convincing to the untrained observer. I don't know what Suspicious Observers is up to, if he's one of these chemtrail guys or not.
No, he's not. He
Okay.
really isn't. Not at all. By a long shot.
Really?
Yeah. And the only reason why I have that I have faith in what he's doing is because of my background. You know, I started. Now I wasn't a meteorologist like you, but.
Well, I'm not one exactly. I'm not certified. You know.
Right, but I learned enough about meteorology and weather radar and so forth. So, for instance, when I started as a rocket scientist, we had to know a fair amount about rockets leaving the atmosphere and then re-entering, right? So,
right.
And then I also did a lot of work with NORAD, the weather radar. I was developing models around testing the radar. So from there, I had to know something about ground-based weather and stuff like that. So at least I have a background, and I'm able to look at somebody's analysis and say, yeah, that's real or that's not real. You know, and he is definitely real.
Hey, Ernie, I was wondering if you've seen the documentary Gasland or Gasland 2.
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's about the fracking industry.
Oh, yes, I did. I did see it, and that really impressed me.
Now, see, some of the stuff that these guys talk about. Now, when they look at the radar, I've seen radar enough now to know that there's no scalar squares and all this stuff that they're talking about. You know, and there's no HARP transmitters creating thunderstorms. But I have a little bit of knowledge. Well, I can't say I'm completely understanding in that area with electromagnetic radiation and radio frequency theory and all that kind of thing. But it is obvious that we have more electromagnetic radiation that's being transmitted than ever before across this entire planet. You know, it used to be that we just had the commercial power systems across the country, and, you know, everyone had a hardwired phone in their house and so forth. But now every house, every home has at least 2 smart meters, or, you know, it does have 2 smart meters all over the place, an internet connection, computers running processors, handheld devices, you know, all manner of things that are electronic and have processors in them, and including the cell phones that we all carry with us, and smartphones and so forth that are talking basically back to the cell tower on frequencies that you didn't want to get near. Basically, I think we're being. This is just me now. It almost seems that it's accurate to come to a immediate, not a conclusion, but a suspicion that we're being defrosted by these things now. I mean, we're not. We're certainly.
Well, that's another conspiracy that I heard about
Well,
the smart meters, that they're on some sort of frequency that has the ability to be able to affect human moods and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all the details there, but I'm just saying that there is a lot of electromagnetic radiation now more than ever before.
But see,
That's
that
true.
in and of itself is not proof or disproof of any of these theories.
No, but there are. I'm just getting to the. I'm just coming to the discussion that, a lot of people think that this is linked with the magnetosphere and, all this kind of stuff, and it may be in turn doing something to climate change and, all that. But it could be true. I don't really know that end of it. I was just curious, what's your take on that?
There's something called Occam's razor. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's basically that the most likely explanation usually is the correct explanation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you start looking for things like cell phone towers to explain the weather, you're probably going to not have the right answer, I guess.
Well, see, it's also like begging the question. When you start talking about the plethora of different types of magnetic radiation that we're producing as humans, right? And then because you can list so many, and then to tie it directly to the Earth's magnetic fields, that's where the disconnect is. I mean, because they're on such hugely different planes of existence that they have absolutely no relation to one another. But because somebody can come up with all these different types of radiation and sort of fill your mind with that, and then give you the impression that it's so vast that it must have something to do with our overall, or tie into the Earth's magnetic poles, it's a leap that the uninformed person will be able to make, but an informed person will say that's patently ridiculous.
And for the longest time, they've been trying to connect cell phone towers to people having cancer, and there's really no connection. Maybe if you were right next to a cell phone tower, you might get a bit of health issues, but there's no connection between the two, and they keep trying to make that connection. It just doesn't happen.
You see this? You see this article here?
I have this, one basic thing. All right. Humans are arrogant to think that they have much control over this Earth. All right, and just take that as a basic premise. And if you look at the scale of things, I mean, it's pretty simple to see. I mean, you could take like the example of a volcanic eruption, for instance. A single, when Mount Pinatubo erupted, in 1 hour, it released more greenhouse gases and noxious gases and poisonous gases into the atmosphere than have been released by all of mankind for their entirety, since their existence, in 1 hour. All right? Now, that's just one eruption, and that was only a very small portion of that eruption. When you look at things on that kind of scale, to think that we have any more influence than the hundreds of volcanoes that are doing this on a regular basis, or the gases that are being released just by tectonic action when they split, or the methane that may be produced when there's an underground tremor or whatever, a split of plates. To think that we can overcome that, or that we can have more influence than that is just absurd.
Did you ever see this guy? I'm not going to play this, but I just want you to hear it.
Movements, you see configurations like that, historically completely unnatural. It's how they push and pull air masses around. Now, this is typical of what we see in this parade of winter snowstorms in the east. Very high pressure in the west pushes the jet stream up and over us. We bake and dry out. They'll push some cold air down. They'll pump air up from the Gulf, combine the two.
Geoengineeringwatch.org. They. We got nonprofit organizations. I mean, this is some serious movements involved behind this. You know that? That these people are doing all manner of things.
I'm sorry, what is the point that you're making there, David?
Well, this is just one of those really high-end groups that are always discussing these topics about chemtrails and everything.
Well, see, the thing is, he's looking at one layer of the atmosphere and looking at the jet stream. When when you look at all the different interactions that there are throughout our atmosphere, I mean, the jet stream is only one small component of it all. And so they can weave. I don't know what argument he was making there or what he was showing.
Well, I'm not into the discussion of what he's. I just wanted to ask you if you knew who this was, this geoengineering watch. I've seen this. This is a huge presentation about a number of topics, from, I don't know, fracking to the chemtrails to weather modification theories and all sorts of things. But
hey, David, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, if they were using chemtrails to change the weather, what is the agenda? What's the point of that?
Well, I'm not saying they are or they aren't, but what I'm saying is that there's a lot of people discussing this, and I'm not real privy to the fact or fiction behind a lot of this. However, when they talk about weather, I can usually see right through a lot of it, because I don't see any evidence for chemtrails doing anything. Or I'm going to have to call them chemtrails because that's what they're calling them, but they really are contrails. They've come to create this terminology. There's a lot of new terminology everywhere now, and it's just a lot of chaos. I don't know. I don't know what this is all about. I guess I'm just throwing this stuff out here for topic. That's all.
Because I was telling Ernie about this before, that
Yeah.
you know who the Koch brothers are? Have you heard that name?
I've heard it, but what are they again? Refresh my
So
memory.
basically, they're like these billionaires who have a large stake in the energy industry in the U.S.
Okay.
And they spend tons of money on special interest groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Tea Party, and their interest is to make it so people do not believe in man-made climate change, because for them it's better for their business. And
Okay.
so the thing is, I don't know if they believe in climate change or not, but the point is there's like a lot of vested interests in people trying to make us think that climate change doesn't exist because it's inconvenient for business.
Well, see, the thing, that's, again, at first they were talking about global warming, then they had to change it to climate change, because that's really what is happening. For anybody to say that the climate isn't changing, that would be another absurd statement, because you just look back at what's happened over the past 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 or 100,000 years. The climate is constantly changing, and there, and I agree with you. There are people out there that are I guess, putting together campaigns to try to create some sort of misinformation because it benefits them from a political or from a business point of view.
Right. I'm not really speaking about you because you have that educated, informed decision. I'm talking about other people who really don't know what they're talking about, and they're going out saying there is no man-made climate change, and they have no idea. They're just bad for business.
See, that's one of the problems when, for instance, you get these people out there saying that there's a consensus of scientists out there that say that there is man-made climate change, right?
And that's what these guys are. These guys are them guys. These are the big scientists that really lean into this.
Now, what you don't know is that the majority of people that actually report on these results, the climate change, they are contracted or commissioned by governments to do this work. They're given certain parameters on how they actually do the work and how they report it. All right?
Are they just out there to create chaos?
So, well, see, the scientists are all doing what they're supposed to do. It's the information that they present with the parameters that they're given to present the information that should be suspect. But most people don't know that most of these studies don't take into consideration anything other than looking for man-made causes of change. So, in other words, they're not looking at other types of causes of change.
But the problem is also the reverse, which is that some scientists are paid by the oil industry to report that there is no man-made climate change.
Yeah, well, who's going to win, the governments or the oil industries? I don't know. That might be a tie.
Yeah, it's tough.
But yeah, it's
a lot of stuff going on in all these discussions.
Well, see, the one thing that I want to try to do in anything that I do, any of the information that I put out there is I want just people to be skeptical about anything that they hear. They shouldn't believe anything that they hear unless they can prove it in their own minds with objective information. If they don't have objective information, they should be skeptical.
I'll tell you something, though. I look at charts a lot. I've only been alive for 47 years, but I've looked at charts ever since I was a kid. And the charts have improved a lot, though, since, we've had internet now. And the data is just incredible. But I've never seen low-level temperatures. I'm going to put them that way because there's different levels of the atmosphere that's plotted in millibars. For instance, there's a surface chart, and there's a 925 millibar, 850 millibar, 700 millibar, 500 millibar, and 300 millibar, and then there's a couple other ones every once in a while. But in general, those are the primary maps when you look at the atmosphere from the surface up to about 30,000 feet. But I've never seen such cold, low-level temperatures at these second and third levels above the surface, the 925 and the 850, basically. Never seen temperatures like that ever. And
well, a lot of people think.
No, on such a broad level, I've seen little areas, that were up in Manitoba, Alberta, that have come down in northern Minnesota and over northern Wisconsin for a week's time, maybe for a little while. But this huge broad area of Arctic air mass that has just been entrenched on North America since the latter part of November last year is incredible to me. And I really wish I would have done a lot of videos on this, but my computers have been broke and my mic jack is shot, and I just didn't. And I normally would talk about this stuff. I probably would have been having, I probably would have had about 50 videos by now.
Well, the interesting thing, David, is that there's so many people out there right now that think that the polar ice caps are melting, and when it's exactly the opposite. I think that recently they discovered that there's about twice as much ice on the North Pole than they originally thought. And have you heard about those global warming scientists that got stuck down in Antarctica?
Yeah, I did. I think I've had that on. I've probably put the story up. It's just hard to find it because of the way the blog spots are set up. But this other gentleman you have here that stopped in, Ed.
Yeah.
You started to mention something about fracking. Can you go back to what you were trying to say? It didn't seem like you finished that.
Yeah, I was basically saying that the same sort of scientific debates going on with that, because what they do is they have these big wells that they put into the ground, and sometimes these wells they break and you get leakage, and the chemicals which they use for the fracking can go into the groundwater supply, and there's a bunch of people and they're running the water faucets in their house, and it would actually catch fire because all the chemicals.
Yeah, I've actually had that on the on the news unit. I got so much stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just kind of wondering what you guys thought about that. If you thought
well,
it was.
I think that's probably definitely true. It makes perfect sense to me that when you go and frack, or basically what you're doing is hydraulic fracturing of shale. You're drilling lines down into these huge rock reservoirs, and then pumping hydraulic fluid in there for the purpose of splitting it out or fracturing it, and I guess that releases the natural gas. When you do that, you're creating all kinds of cracks and allowing that fluid that you put in there to move wherever it wants or wherever it will naturally go. And quite often, if they're close to natural water sources of the surrounding communities, that's where it goes. It's got to go somewhere, right? And
yeah, do you think it just needs to be a highly regulated industry?
You know what? I don't know the answer to that, but I do know something is going on with that, because it's pretty obvious that some of these reports have shown you, the fire coming out of the faucets and stuff on a regular local TV media report. And I don't know anything about the operation and how it really works, other than what I hear like you gentlemen do. and what you're presenting here. But you know, you couple all these things together, and you know, I listen to YouTube. I listen to certain channels that cover this stuff, like BP Earthwatch, and I can't remember the other ones. I really don't have them all memorized, but I thought Suspicious Observers for a while was one of them too, and I kind of quit listening to him. I'm not real well versed in astronomy and so forth, and all those things with the coronal mass ejections and things like that. I'm aware of what it is in general, but I don't know how to read the charts and all that kind of stuff with solar flares and whatnot. But you know, and quite frankly, Suspicious Observers, he just sort of broad brushes right over the weather. He doesn't really impress me in that area. But I'm not knocking the guy. I actually think he's extremely intelligent, and I've seen his videos a few times to know that. You know, he seems to come across like he knows what he's talking about. But there's other ones too that have seemed like that, and they didn't know what they were talking about because I caught them in their ignorance regarding weather radar and you know things of that nature, and looking at satellite pictures, which is something that I've been accustomed to looking at now for several years. And I know what I'm looking at. I've had contacts in the meteorology divisions at the National Weather Service. I've studied this stuff, and you know I really wanted to go that way when I was working, but I couldn't do it and get a degree in meteorology. And I've just kind of shelved that now because I really don't feel like getting a piece of paper. I just enjoy storm chasing and the casual weather, you know, enthusiast that I am. But I'm not afraid to discuss it, and I'm not afraid to admit that I don't know things, you know. But I am intrigued by it all. I'd like to find out some more. And the sad part is you have these guys on YouTube that are just throwing out disinformation or whatnot, and you can't really trust them, and you got to try to decipher all this stuff. I don't really, you know, worry myself about it all daily, but I'm interested in the discussion. I think, you know, we've got some big problems here with a lot of technology and industry that's really ruining the environment, and they're blaming it on the, you know, on trying to find alternative fuels and things like that.
Fracking is a really interesting subject because
It is.
It could do so much for the U.S. economy, right? You can create so much employment. You can have really cheap energy pricing. You can detach yourself from Middle East oil, so you become just like a completely independent economy. You don't need to rely on foreign oil.
Very
But at the
attractive.
same time, you have the environment. The environment could get damaged. I don't know much about this, but I think methane gets released into the atmosphere, which is like really bad. And you know, there's negative consequences too. You know, I think it still releases carbon into the atmosphere, even if you're using natural gas. So it discourages solar and wind and these other, you know, potentially more clean energy sources.
Right, and the big question is the solution? Here's the thing. Like you said, that the potential is so huge that it would be almost criminal not to pursue some possible solution. But at what cost? Now, is the solution untenable? I mean, would it require? I think one of two things: either you need technology that will make it safe, and allow wells to be drilled next to where people live, or do you have to take over large tracts of land by eminent domain so that you can basically extract the fuel at will so that you can serve the nation and possibly damage that that environment.
You know, I run into a lot of people in various places, and I ran into a guy not too long ago at a casino who was playing a slot machine next to me. And this guy was telling me that he owned a big trucking company, and he was part of the huge operations that take oil across the Yukon and drive across those lakes, you know, in the wintertime up there, where they have like 4 feet of ice. And they basically have a lot of water up there, where they drive these trucks on these interstate highway systems that they just plow over the lakes. Anyway, I was just trying to say that we're supposed to be the big oil producer now, And where are all these jobs? And what about the Bakken oil region? Now, I have a couple of friends of mine that go up that way. One guy I know has a place in eastern Montana and does some work up there. And I guess the area is actually booming up there in the Bakken.
It is. The actual imports of oil to the U.S. has declined significantly. The U.S. is really becoming energy independent very, very quickly.
Well, then here's my question: if everything's getting so better, then why isn't the cost coming down? And you see what I mean? And why do we keep hearing Obama talk about alternative fuel and all this other stuff? You know, it's just I mean, I know the answer to it in a way, but I just want to hear your take on it because it's part of the discussion, you know. And we have this big oil region up there, and the new pipelines going all the way down to the Gulf. But this guy, let me get back to this guy that I met at the casino. This is a very important little finding. I don't know how accurate it is, but this is what he told me. He drives wide rigs all over the country for the government and stuff, and he started telling me all these things, which I'm not going to go into. But suffice it to say, he did say that what's going on right now, at least these were his words. I can't verify this, but more rumor just to throw out there, right? And he said there's a lot of oil rigs that are parked off the coast of the United States, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. And he said that they're just floating out there, loaded with oil, and they're building a big oil reserve that's navigating around our North American continent here in certain locations, you know, where they can do that. And the Gulf is one of them. And he said that they're not really exporting too much. They're just putting it out there and floating them. Now, I don't know. I guess that's where our oil reserves are, out there floating around. It's kind of an interesting little report that I heard from this guy that runs a multi-million-dollar trucking company.
Well,
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't even think that the price of oil actually reflects the supply-demand dynamics always, because I remember back in 2008 when the economy was collapsing, at one point it went up to $150 a barrel, around there, and then it crashed all the way down to $40 within like a month or something. So there's no way a price could fluctuate that much based upon price supply-demand dynamics.
well, yeah, it is supply and demand, but it's artificial supply that is affecting the demand. So in
Yeah,
other
but back when I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ernie. Sorry about that, but I just wanted to say this much. Back when you know, you never hear. Am I right to say this? You never hear about OPEC anymore setting the price. What happened to that? And also,
well,
you know,
what happened to it is that they're not as significant as everybody thought they were. You know.
but you used to hear it in the news. You know, like every other few days, OPEC decided to raise the production, or you know, and it seemed like they were setting the price, weren't they?
Well, the problem with all the oil cartels around is that they all have to be kind of in unison with one another. You know, so if OPEC sets the price, then you know, some other area also has to sort of follow along with that. Otherwise, they can't. Then oil is no longer a fungible resource that they can trade in and out. You know, so that's what they need to have a uniform pricing structure in order for it to work.
And I wanted to mention that because those Arab nations, we were always told, at least I was told this. I didn't go over there to visit and find out, but everyone's wealthy over there. And, you know, they don't have to pay like we do for their fuel. Now, why in the world, since we're the big oil producer now, aren't we sharing that kind of big wealth here collectively in this? Because it's capitalism, right?
You know, I don't have the answer to that. You know, why didn't we take the TARP money instead of giving it to the banks, give it to all the people?
See, we're actually just, see, it's. So I have to agree with some of the, let's just call them conspiracy theories, for lack of a better term, on a lot of issues. Or at least I suspect that there's accuracy to some of these theories. Okay, I'm going to go that far and say that. I can't disprove a lot of it, but it certainly seems to match the problems we have. Am I right?
So you can come up with a theory that will fit a set of data. You can come up with 100 theories that will fit a set of data.
Certainly, and that's what scientists do, right? Am I right? They come up with hypotheses.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, but until it's definitive, that's all it is a theory.
And when Ed came in here, he said the only ones that have credibility are scientists. Well, scientists, all they do is make up theories.
Well, see, I wouldn't say.
I didn't mean that. I meant they have the education and the background.
Well, I know that.
To make an educated decision.
I'm not giving you a hard time about it.
Yeah, because I think that a lot of scientists that are out there doing the work are also political pawns of people. Doing the type of work that the powers want them to do. And then there are other independents. So you don't know what to believe. And so my point is that you just need to take a skeptical eye on everything. I don't believe anything, really, is what it comes down to, unless it can be proven definitively, or to a point where I have no choice but to at least follow along with the generally accepted norm, or what we consider the universal truth at that time.
Yeah, I agree, because what you're saying basically makes sense, that obviously in the US there's some very wealthy people, and their incentive is to keep taxes very, very low. They don't want their capital gains tax going up. They don't want, and for obvious reasons, that's their self-interest. So you don't know whether, the policies are just self-interest for a few people, or if they're benefiting you. And a lot of times people vote for policies which are not within their own self-interest.
Yeah, that's right.
And back to what the other guy was saying, David, I think it's Norway, the oil there is actually nationalized. So the profits that's made from oil sales goes towards giving people like free education and free healthcare and things like that. So there are different models around the world. It's not just the U.S. model.
Yeah, the U.S. model is really somewhat pathetic then, because we've got all these resources now. We're the top oil producer, and we the people, we're not benefiting from any of that. We're actually just continually being
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, say in Texas, now they have a huge oil boom going on there. If the roads are suddenly getting used way more by the oil industry, it seems fair to me that the oil industry should pay more tax, because they're using those more than people, just regular people driving around. So yeah, I know what you're saying. And environmental catastrophes shouldn't be all paid for by the public. The oil industry should be on the hook for all those sort of costs. So you don't want a system where all the profits are privatized and all the losses are sort of socialized. If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
We were talking about weather earlier. I just want to show you this map. Take a look at the screen capture here. Wherever you see the white area up here, from Wisconsin northward into Ontario, and over here towards Quebec and Newfoundland, and then up north for northern Manitoba, these are temperatures that, according to this map right here, are in the 20 below zero range and lower.
Yeah.
Now we're just about to start March, okay? And all the moisture has just been pushed out to the coastal areas. It's just extremely dry everywhere. And we have this sprawling area of high pressure that's just sitting here in the Great Lakes, and the isobars go out beyond it. And it's clear skies tonight across this region in general. And the temperatures are just going to drop right off. In fact, the 20 below zero area is up here in northern Wisconsin, up here north of Eau Claire. I'm actually 6 below here at the Dells, and it's 12 below just north of me at Wautoma. And then look at these temperature readings, all in the teens below zero, 20 below, high teens below zero up here towards International Falls. I'd have to switch the map here, which I will do, up to Duluth. And then you can see these readings up here just north of Lake Superior. In fact, even on the windward side of the lake, up in the upper peninsula of Michigan towards Sault Ste. Marie, temperatures running from 15 to 22 below zero up here in the Kewaunee Bay. And then up here across the arrowhead of Minnesota, 24 to 26 below. Up here into Ontario, Look at that, 31 below at a couple of stations here, 32 below, and I don't have a map that extends further north, so I can't see. These are actual reporting stations at airports.
Yeah, hey,
In
haven't some of the Great Lakes have actually frozen over completely? Oh,
They did actually froze on the weather unit, which is my other blog. Let me just sneak over there real quick. I put here's the weather unit. It's just the news unit and the weather unit. The weather unit's my primary interest, oddly enough, and it just happened to grow into the news unit. But anyway, here's an article on that. Lakes appear to freeze completely over. I don't know if they actually have frozen completely over. I talked to a guy in Michigan who is also into current events and things, and he runs a little radio thing, podcast on the internet, and he told me that Michigan opened up the other day because of all the wind we've been having. We actually had wind here that was 35 to 45 miles per hour, and even an occasional gust around 50 for a long period of time. We had it for like a 12 to 18 hour period here, and it's finally subsided. And we've had that several times this year with this extremely powerful northwest flow, with that wind mixing down to the surface. It's been incredibly windy, and we haven't had the snow accumulation that we normally get because the storm track was a lot farther south and east than it normally is. But we've had these unusual mid-level impulses of moisture that come from the Pacific Maritime, and we've actually had a few snows that were only about 6 to 8 inches. You know, normally we get this couple feet of snow every once in a while too with a winter storm, but that's all been shunted off to your area where you are. In fact, you've had more of a Wisconsin winter than we've had out where you're located, Ernie, and I've had more of a Arctic Circle type environment here.
right.
You know, so it's really strange. But yeah, they've had some navigation issues on the lakes. I don't know all the details, but I got a couple of reports here. And then I have a couple on the news unit that have been spread around. I just don't know where they are right now. I can't bring them up right in front of us.
You know, I mean, this is all interesting, but
It is.
the United States only represents about, I think, a total of about 5% of the total landmass on the globe.
Well,
And I'm just wondering if we're having this cold weather here, is there a corresponding place on the globe that's having unseasonably warm weather?
I haven't followed that, but I think it's possible because I did hear a little bit about flooding in Europe. Ed, do you know anything about that?
I'm actually in the New York area. But
Yeah, I mean, I would think there would have to be because otherwise, you know, you would see a marked difference in the overall global temperature.
Right.
So there must be some other areas that are having unseasonably warm. And basically what I see is probably happening is that for some unknown reason or just some anomaly, the polar masses have kind of skewed towards our direction.
Well, there is an indication that that there is a polar shift. Is that true? Do you know much about that?
No, I've heard about it, but I mean that's the only thing that I can think, that there's some kind of minor shift that has just sort of skewed that weather, unfortunately, in our direction. I mean, it's just like the luck of the draw.
And you know, no one really that I know of in general has studied the effects of the magnetosphere on meteorological science and so forth, and the whole atmospheric sciences. But there could be correlations there, you know, with all the atomic structure of the atmosphere from the surface all the way up to the ionosphere. You know, it's just hard to say. I mean, the stratosphere is where most of our weather is happening. But you know, with all this stuff going on, I mean, this is all conjecture on my part because I don't know the subject as much. But I just hear all the discussion about it. I've run into it.
Right.
And you know, like this guy right here, climate change is really happening. There's all these experts on the subject. I find the conversation to be intriguing. And see, like here, the Earth's magnetosphere and severe climatic oscillations, and you know, here's another map of that temperature thing that I have here, and you know, just discussions about all these things going on in various videos and stuff. There's actually a lot on here that I've compiled and looked at, heard the nomenclatures.
the interesting thing is whether there's climate change or not, no one's doing anything about it. You know, the amount of carbon getting released into the atmosphere keeps increasing and increasing.
I don't think you really can do anything about it. It's too large. It's too big to. It's not too big to fail, but it's too big to change.
Well, there are things you can do about that. Like you can put emission standards on cars.
And they have.
More investment in clean energy. Like I think in Germany they have solar panels everywhere, and they pay you if you put them outside your house and stuff.
Well, there you go. Maybe silver will be going to $200 an ounce, because if we move to solar, I think silver is one of the primary elements needed for solar panels. Is that right, Ernie?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Now, how much silver goes into solar panels? Is it quite a few ounces?
No, I think it's only a few grams.
In a great big solar array?
There's not a whole lot to a solar array.
Really? What about those big solar farms that Obama was visiting out in the southwestern U.S.? They're like, they're like 1,000 acres or something.
Well, I mean, each array is like about 2 feet by 6 feet or something like that. I think there's only a few grams on each, total on each array.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's a real thin film. What is silver used for primarily now anymore? Electronics, right?
Oh, it's used for a number of different areas of electronics. I mean, it can be used for its conductive capacity and also as a catalyst for certain types of chemical reactions.
I also heard it's an important thing for water filtration, which to me sounds very peculiar.
Well, that's the catalyst part of it.
See, and there's going to be, well, there already are with the fracking. You see all these water issues where maybe silver is going to play an important role in filtration. I don't know. That's your subject, not mine. I'll leave that one up to you, but
I think that gold is the most difficult investment possible because it has no real use other than a monetary sort of value. It's whatever someone's willing to pay you for it. So you can't really make as good predictions about gold as you can about silver or some other commodities.
yeah, gold is just a luxury
Yeah.
metal, right? Like a gem.
It just sits there in a vault.
But it does. They do use it for electronics a little bit too.
Yeah, not much.
But yeah, gold is. But gold is really sought after, isn't it?
It is now, but there's no guarantee 10 years from now, It was like, I think it's from 1980 to like 2000, it was in a... It took 20 years to get back to its highs or something. Well, actually, maybe it never did get back to its highs if you adjust for inflation.
Well, you think gold one day won't even be needed?
No, it's not that. It's just it goes through like huge moves
Phases?
and does nothing for a really long time.
Really?
You have to time it just right.
And there certainly is a huge attraction for it in Dubai and areas like that. Everybody seems to be flocking over there to buy gold. What's the deal with that? We were mentioning that earlier.
It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, it is a cultural thing. They use the gold for a number of their religious rituals as well as their matrimony ceremonies. They're huge.
I have a friend of mine that works for one of the major banking firms, and he told me that one of the gentlemen in the area here that runs a BP gas station, an Indian family, told him that he owns as much gold that would fill up a pretty good sized bucket on a mid-sized skid steer. That's a lot of gold, like a yard of gold.
Yeah, there's some statistic that if you took all the gold in the world, it would fill 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't either. Yeah, but
one of the things though is these gold miners that people promote on YouTube. I don't trust those things because basically as soon as a gold mine becomes really valuable, they just become nationalized by the government. So it's like the worst business possible. You have tons of cost, you have tons of risk. So if, Peru or Bolivia or one of these countries, they could just nationalize the mine if they ever needed the money.
Yeah, it seems like there's more of that in the news too that you mentioned.
Yeah. Like I invested some money into Barrick Gold a couple of years ago. That's like the worst investment I ever made. Everything went bad. The projections for the costs were all bad.
Really?
They had issues with the governments. It was just.
Yeah, I hear the advertisements on some of those guys' videos every once in a while. Some of the high-end silver promoters.
Yeah.
They're always pumping some kind of stock.
Physical metal is so different than owning the mine itself. The mine, you have all this risk, they don't tell you about. But the metal is you hold it in your hand. It's different.
And what about this story that the mining companies were going to go out of business if it fell any further because the price was already too low? What do you think of that, Ernie?
I'm sorry, I got distracted there for a second.
Oh, they were always talking about the fact that silver and gold got so loaded if it fell any further that the mining companies would lose money.
Well, yeah, they were losing money. As a matter of fact, many of them went out of business. There were a select few, or not just a select few, but many that were subsidized by their host government, and they stayed in business. So they had kind of a backstop.
Yeah, because basically the worst thing for a gold mine is when the price of oil goes up and the price of gold goes down, because they're spending more money to get the gold out and it's worth less.
What's gold doing right now, Ernie? Is it going up or down?
I think it stayed above 1,300. What's it doing right now? Just let me see.
Is the chart trending up or?
I don't know where my individual gold. Let's see. Yeah, it's at 1331. The futures.
I would say it's still in a bear market if I had to guess.
There is one guy out of that group of Sprott team that I actually paid a little bit closer attention to over the last couple of years, and that was Rick Rule. And I remember watching him get interviewed by some guy in the New York area one time at some convention, and the guy wasn't even listening to what Rick had to say. And I haven't really caught Rick Rule, to my knowledge. I don't study these guys really deep, but I studied them enough to know a little bit that I don't think that guy was really falsifying any information per se.
Well, what information are you talking about?
Well, the deal about the dollar collapsing and the same old song and dance that the silver community likes to throw out there. But this guy interviewed Rick Rule, and he basically walked up to Rick Rule and said, "Yeah, well, I want to get your take on the economy and what's coming and this and that, and going all in on silver or whatever." And Rick kind of looked at him and made a real interesting comment that went right over this guy's head. He basically, in a nice way, he was trying to tell this guy, "Well, if you do that, you're kind of crazy and you should have your head examined." But Rick did it in a real diplomatic fashion. And then he went on to explain to him about the mining companies and this great detail on the whole thing with gold and silver, and how to invest properly with it. The other guy didn't even listen to him. Came back and just started throwing all that conspiracy garbage at him. And Rick Rule is the only one, though, from all of these guys that I don't remember talking about a COMEX default and that same old deal. He doesn't talk about any of that.
See, I think none of those guys know what they're talking about, because I'd never heard of any of them until like 2008.
Right.
And suddenly, when things go bad, they get the light, shone on them. They're in the spotlight. But they have no track record that I know of being like genius investors. I don't know how their returns they've provided their investors. So everything that I've read so far has been wrong. You go to King World News,
right,
saying since gold started going down, keep buying, it's about to go up. record highs, $5,000, $10,000 an ounce. They've been wrong every single step of the
Well,
way.
they made all their notoriety as gold and silver were going up, and they got everybody on their bandwagon, and they developed a huge audience, and they pumped that audience as much as they possibly could, and everyone was invested, and even after things started going down, they kept on pumping, and everybody was stuck in their investment, and they were still there, and there was nobody to. All the people that are the serious investors aren't trying to pump up audiences. They don't have to.
Right, exactly.
And
Speaks for itself.
Yeah.
The thing is, too, is I don't actually believe it's possible for the US to have hyperinflation. And the reason for this is if you look at every example in history of where you've had hyperinflation, you have to have two factors. You have to have, first of all, an economy which isn't diversified at all. So say like an agricultural economy or a fishing economy or something like that. Or you have to have something where there's some kind of limitation, such as trade restrictions or like a military intervention or something like that. If you have an economy like the US, which is highly diverse, extremely efficient, right? So basically right now the Fed's trying to create inflation. Every additional money which gets put into the economy gets used. You have energy production, you have all these goods and services produced. It's really difficult to create hyperinflation in an economy this successful. If you look at Germany, it was had all kinds of limitations put on it, so it had hyperinflation. You look at Zimbabwe, it's a farming economy, right? And the government screwed that up, the farming industry, so the economy collapsed. You look at Iceland, it was a fishing economy, just had a financial bubble which collapsed, didn't have any diversified thing. You look at Latin America, you have it was just like trade limitations, import tariffs, and so on. So I don't actually believe in a successful, thriving economy you can have this hyperinflation scenario. But that's just my opinion.
Well, it might be able to happen. It's highly unlikely. And when people use other anecdotal occurrences and then try to make an equivalence with us, and they'll come up with all these different things. Hey, if it can happen here, then it can happen there. I mean, that's classic logical fallacy. On these people that are basically trying to peddle the fear. What do they call them? I heard a great term on Joe Rogan's podcast. They call it woo peddling.
Right. And the interesting thing is there's this guy Jeremy Siegel. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's a professor at Wharton School of Business, I think. And he had this chart, and he tracks the price of gold versus the price of government bonds versus stocks for the past like 200 years, or however far back the data goes. And gold has been like it's barely even kept up with inflation. Like it's been just like a really bad investment. And government bonds have actually outperformed gold as an inflation hedge, and stocks have been just like the ultimate investment for the past 200 years.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So like even gold isn't like there's no guarantee,
But gold has since the late 1800s, gold has not been something that you would call an asset per se. In my view, the strict definition of an asset or a hard asset is something that actually produces or can create wealth for you. I don't believe gold can create wealth for you. I think that it's shown that it can store wealth and it can maintain its value over the long term. But unlike other types of assets, like energy assets or land, that can actually create wealth from their use.
That's what Warren Buffett was saying, and I think I sent you the video a while ago. He said like if he could have all the gold in the world, or he could own like ExxonMobil and like a whole bunch of farmland and all these different businesses, he would rather have the businesses because they're actually producing something rather than just a lump of gold that just sits there and does nothing.
Yeah, they can continue producing income and wealth for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But you know, the way people are treating gold and silver these days is as some sort of panacea, that they're going to, you know, collect this and then by some magical fiat, the dollar is going to go away, and because they were smart enough, you know, this 0.4% of the population that was smart enough to hoard all the gold and silver, they're going to now own the world's wealth.
I think
Well, what's weird, gold and silver, what's weird about it, go ahead, Ed.
I was saying, I think it's basically kind of a scam that people think that they're just gonna get rich really easily. Whenever you hear like get rich quick, you kind of have to take a step back and think about that, because things like Mike Maloney was saying, like if you own, I forget what it was, like 500 ounces of silver, you can buy a house or something.
No, they were talking about like 5 ounces of silver.
Oh, okay, whatever it is.
Really?
And
Yeah.
that's when I kind of raise, you know, I start asking questions at that point.
Yeah.
Well, one thing about gold and silver that's different than all the other ones is that it's actually been used as money.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
so consider this. Let's say that there is a complete economic collapse and a dollar collapse, and the dollar, there is no money out there anymore, right? And now you've hoarded all kinds of gold and silver, and now you need to be able to go and buy food and services and other things to stay alive.
Okay.
What makes you think that your gold and silver are going to be acceptable as a currency or a store of value that someone else will want to give you tools and food?
Well, first and foremost, I'm not the one who started that movement. So I haven't said any of that. But given the fact that we've been hearing a lot
I'm not
about
saying
it.
you, David. I'm using.
No, I know that, Ernie. I'm just saying.
All right.
But given the fact that we've heard all of this so much, and you know, the thoughts about the economy, you know, have been revolving in every one of our minds, you know, as to whether, you know, what are the facts underlying all of this and things like that. There seems to be, you know, let's just say that scenario, the SHTF scenario played out.
Right.
You know, it may be to somebody's benefit to have it in a certain situation. I don't know, but because people want stuff. They want stuff. They want something for something. They don't want to give you anything for nothing.
Yeah, but why would they accept gold for it, right?
I don't know, because of probably the historic fact that it's money. You know,
Okay.
it actually is.
But if you're in a situation where you're in dire straits, it should hit the fan. You need something that's gonna sustain you.
All right, well, let's go back to history a little bit here, because you probably know more about this than I do. Let's go back to the settler days in the United States and the gold rush. That's exactly what went on there. They needed stuff, and they exchanged fur, right? They exchanged. I don't really know how it went completely, but think it over. There was a big gold thing in the western states. You know, there was a lot of things like that, and I'm sure they traded with the Indians gold, right, and silver.
But that's a different situation. They know that they can then take it out of there and then bring it to civilization and then extract its wealth or its value, right?
Uh-huh.
But let's say that shit hit.
But in an SHTF scenario, you go back to being a third world situation.
Everywhere in the entire.
Right.
There is nowhere to go.
Right. So then things like that would become valuable.
What, gold?
Why not?
Why would it? I mean, of what value would it? How would it help somebody else to have gold?
Well, I see. Yeah, I guess I see your question. But
In my view, the most valuable thing would be things like food, land, tools.
Clothes, yeah.
I think you're right in the early stages, but then after that, because barter is not an efficient system, it's very inconvenient,
Right.
then gold and silver would become the dominant currency.
Right, but I'll tell you, the person who's going to win out before that is the person who owns the land and the resources to create the tools, the food, and the clothes.
But in prison, one of the biggest commodities is cigarettes.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so why would anybody want that? I mean, I don't smoke. I don't know if you smoke, but I mean, I'm just saying, you don't need that really. You know what I mean? But they want it. They want it.
Yeah,
People want.
tobacco actually used to be a currency in the US. They had like tobacco bonds, but the problem they found with that is the quality started to decrease, and so whenever you have like money backed by food, it doesn't really work. You know, longer term, I'm talking, not short term.
There is something to gold and silver that I really can't put my finger on, but, and I know we've heard it discussed probably, but there is something.
Well, if you take gold for example, it's easily divisible, it doesn't rust, and there's it's a short fixed supply on Earth. You can't create it, so it's a fixed amount which creates its value and the trust.
Yeah, it's got some natural value to it. It's weird.
I think silver has more utility than gold.
From what, the standpoint of electronics and all that?
Well, its industrial vector is an order of magnitude greater than gold.
Right.
And it can also be used as money. And look how beautiful that coin is.
Yeah, I forget who it was. I think it was the Aztecs or the Mayans actually preferred silver to gold, but when the Spanish came over, they wanted the gold, not the silver. And they
Well,
thought it was
there was a
confusing.
time that aluminum was extremely valuable.
When?
Oh, I think it was back in like in Europe in the I don't know, the 1500s, or I don't know the exact date, but there was a time when aluminum was considered one of the most valuable.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
You know, metallurgy must have been around a long time because, gold and silver were used in coin. They had to melt it down in a furnace.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of like antiques versus like stocks? Do you think it's worth owning classic cars and stuff?
I like classic cars and I like rare coins. Those are my two favorite. And there are certain classes of antiques that are easy to collect, but the problem with them is that you have to get the best of the best. Otherwise, it's not worth investing in them.
What kind of classic cars do you have?
Well, I don't have any right now, but I'd love to go to one of those Mecum auto auctions and pick up myself like a 67 Camaro RSSS, with what is it, the L1, or I forgot what it is, the L1 or L2 engine.
Yeah, I mean the thing is you could buy like a Shelby Mustang right now, and then maybe in 20 years or whatever it'd be worth 3 times as much. You never know.
Well, I mean, you can go out and get yourself, a fairly decent Shelby GT350 from the '60s, and spend $30,000-$40,000 on it. That's in halfway decent shape, and then do a frame-off restoration and turn it into a car that's worth $150,000-$200,000.
Oh wow, yeah. But
That
if you bought like I forget what it like the Lamborghini Aventador is like $250,000. Is that just gonna drain you of money, or is it ever a good investment buying a Ferrari?
Well, it's interesting. It really comes down to what the market is hot for at that time, and I don't know if some of the Lamborghinis will have lasting value going into the future. There are certain models of Ferrari, for instance, like the Ferrari Dino, for some unknown reason, a relatively plain-looking car, kind of nice, but I guess because of its I don't know what it is about it, but a halfway decent a model from the '70s can set you back $1.5 million.
Oh wow.
And it's a relatively it's not even a performance car.
Now, did you hear about that? Did you hear about that couple that found gold in California? I don't know, $14 million worth of gold.
Yeah.
There you go, that gold again. That's worth money too.
Yeah, but the value there is all in the numismatic value, because a lot of those coins were in perfect shape.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it's very rare to get a gold $20 piece that's in brilliant uncirculated condition from the 1860s or 1870s.
How would you like to be walking the dog and find some of that gold?
But if you're going to collect rare coins, that's what you want to do. You want to go back and you want to find certain dates and certain mint marks, and properly graded coins, and those are the types of things. Do your research, find out which ones are most readily sought after,
Right.
and spend $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on a good coin, and hold it for a while, and then wait for the market to be right, and then sell it for twice that. Coins, rare coins on average, have increased in value. I think something like I think it's something like 11 or 12% per year, which
I
is
bought
pretty
some
astounding.
coins recently, silver Morgan dollars. I think they were like MS63 rated.
Hmm.
I forget what they were. It was like a few months ago. But I heard there's some good value right now in the collector's coins.
Yeah, I have one here that's this one right here is not. It's I think it's like MS60 right here. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, let me see where I
This one here is. I don't know if you can see the detail on that one, but that one there is about MS61.
Is that actually graded by PCGS?
No, it's not. But I have I have the knowledge of the grading system, so I can tell the difference.
What I bought was 1878 to 1904 Morgan dollars, MS65 PCGS, which is the rating company.
Hmm.
I pay 164 each of them. I don't know what it's worth now.
Usually an ungraded coin outside of a slab
$200 now.
is considered just VG,
Well,
unless
it depends on the coin and the date.
because it might have been culled too, and you don't know that.
So you said what do you have? MS65s and
Yeah, they're
but
MS65.
do you have all the dates and all the mint marks?
I'd have to get them out, but I know the date range is 1878 to 1904.
Because there are some that are key, like the 1880 Orleans or the Carson City 1885, which are huge collectibles that are almost impossible to get at that mint state.
Alrighty. What I did is I went to the AppMex website and just ordered them. That they sell you like a date range. Is how they do it. So you don't get to select what year it is.
Oh, okay. Because so for instance, the 1880 Orleans in MS65 is worth $26,000.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't think they gave me that one. Probably not.
But you'd have to take that coin actually to PCGS or NGC to get it graded to actually get the value for it, wouldn't you?
They've already graded it.
Yeah, he said it's already graded.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about your coin, Ernie.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wouldn't even bother though because an MS61 isn't worth crap.
Oh, really?
Well, I
What
mean
I
it's
did
worth
really well
something,
on.
but it's worth about 50, 60, maybe $70 tops.
Okay.
Every year I buy those Australian Kookaburra coins, and I was amazed. I looked at the 2008 one that I bought, and it was selling for like $100 or something,
Wow.
$120.
Yeah, those things go up. That's quite a new. Those things carry some sort of what I'll call quasi-numismatic value.
Yeah, and even the Canadian Wildlife series, like the first one of the series has like this wolf on it. I think it was like 2010. I want to say 2011. And those go for like $100 each now. I only paid like a little bit over spot price.
Right.
Maybe like $28 at the time or something.
Did you get a whole monster box?
I have about 3 sets of them. I think each tube is 25.
Okay.
75 of them, I think. But yeah, I mean that's a good. You'll never get those kind of returns on stock market in
People
that
like
short period of time.
People like the Perth mint coins too. They really do. Those Perth mint coins are a big hit.
And the other ones that are really good are the Chinese pandas. They go up loads. You just buy them and wait a couple of years, and the premiums go up huge.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. What do you think about those foreign mints, Ernie?
They're interesting, and if people are willing to pay the price for them, then yeah, they're great.
Right.
I'm just not a big fan of foreign coins. I mean, I'm from the United States, so I like U.S. coins. It's interesting. You can get some old Grecian coins, for instance, that are 2,000 years old, and they're worth squat. You know, I guess it depends on what it is. But
also, that's the thing about these foreign coins. There's a big market for this stuff all of a sudden. I don't know the whole detail behind it, but I've been hearing about it.
see, I think that the U.S. coins have a much more mature investment market and collector's market out there. And to me, it would just be safer to purchase rare U.S. coins. But I'm not discounting the value of some of these others. These recent pandas, I just don't understand the. I guess they didn't make a whole lot of them. I guess, but I don't see the allure to them. I don't personally. I don't. I'm extremely biased. I don't see the allure to buying anything that's Chinese, unless it's a rug.
So what's the secret to buying silver? Like, forget numismatic. If you just want to buy silver bullion, do you wait for the price to reach a certain level? Like, is it when mines are shutting down and it's not worth mining for silver? Is that the price you buy it?
You gotta ask a guy like Barnon 11970. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I would say I'd say that right now is a great time to start accumulating. If I were buying silver, if I was a regular accumulator of silver, I'd be stacking as much silver bullion as I could possibly.
You might be right because it's quieted down out there. To talk about it, really. I mean, there's still pockets of discussion here and there, but they're not pumping it like they were. And I think, from what I heard from this guy in Dubai, anyway, and he wasn't some pumper, I think something's getting ready to happen with these metals again. Maybe they're going to shoot the price back up again in no time, like they did last time. Wouldn't that be something if that market all of a sudden just took off? I don't think it would hurt the economy any. If gold went to 3,000 and silver went to 100, what would that wouldn't do anything to the economy. It wouldn't collapse anybody. It wouldn't crash J.P. Morgan or anything like that. It would just go up. Period. Big deal.
Yeah, I think it would go up and then come down again.
Right, probably. But I think we're getting ready to see that again. Probably.
Maybe.
Some kind of cycle.
I think silver's a buy anywhere between $12 and $25.
Really?
The thing that sucks for me is I was buying silver when it was like $15, $12, that range, and then I watched it go all the way up to like about $50, and then crash all the way back down, and I never sold. When it was up at this high pricing.
According to this coin collector guy that I've talked to locally, he told me that there was more buying up in the 40s than ever. He says people tend to buy more when stuff starts to go way up high. That's a weird concept.
What was silver in 2010? I forgot. I just happen to have a roll here.
Somewhere around 17 an ounce, maybe, roughly 16.
Yeah, because I think I got this I got a few rolls of these. This is 2010. I think I got them at 16.
What is that? An eagle?
Yeah, it's a 2010 eagle.
Okay.
Were you smart enough to sell some when it was up around 50?
No. As a matter of fact, I had these sitting in a drawer somewhere. I forgot I had them.
Yeah. That's the worst.
Well, that's how it is with coin collections. You just kind of put them away and you never really worry about them, unless you got a whole bunch, maybe. That's different.
Yeah, but then you think, oh man, imagine if I sold that when it was $50. I could buy like a Shelby Mustang, you know?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I guess I think I have 4 or 5 rolls of them up there that I bought in 2010. I don't have a whole lot of silver and gold. I mean, I have a little bit, you know. If you totaled it up, I don't know, maybe probably under $10,000. I'm not one of those people that thinks that you need to have 20% of your assets in gold, in precious metals.
Yeah, that's way too much.
You mean you don't subscribe to Mark Faber?
No, I'm a big believer in land.
You should say every spot you should have some gold. You should have right. You should have some in real estate.
I think
and,
I'm sitting. I think I'm
bonds and stocks.
Yeah, I
And
think I'm sitting
then
on
you should have. Then he said he got on TV one time and he was being Mark Faber was being interviewed and he says to this one guy interviewing, he says, I was just in Arizona here in the U.S. and he says what you should do is invest in real estate because you can have 4-bedroom house for $200,000 U.S. and you can live in 1 bedroom and rent 3 other ones out to concubines. That's what he said.
That's funny. Well,
yeah, that guy's a character, isn't he? You got to admit he's a character.
I do believe that in buying the right real estate is probably the best investment you can possibly make. I mean, this is only my second home. We've been living here for 25 years, but my first home was pretty nice. But this one just came out of the blue, and it was like a deal and a half. I've got 5 acres of land in one of the most affluent communities in Massachusetts. It just fell into my hand. I can't imagine ever giving something like this up.
That's really nice. It's a nice look. You got deer out your back door. That's fun.
Yeah, it's quiet. It's beautiful.
Right.
I'm being on vacation all the time.
Yeah, there's no reason to move. That's for sure.
The only way it would be better is if it was beachfront.
Yeah, that is a nice location.
Has the value gone up?
Oh yeah, it's doubled in price.
Oh, that's good.
Where's Greg from? What state?
He lives in Las Vegas, but he's
Really?
from New York.
Oh, okay. I think he used to do Elvis impersonations because I saw some old videos.
What's his background?
He's let's see. I think out of high school he went into the Navy, and when he got back, he got an education and he worked for Bear Stearns for a little bit. He had to leave that for some unknown reason, and then from there he switched his career and he went back to school and got his PA certificate, and now he's a physician's assistant. He's been a physician's assistant for, I think, 16, 17 years. And he's just an investor.
He just likes to get on YouTube and squawk about it.
Well, I don't think he ever thought that his channel would go this big. I mean, just last year he only had 4,000 subscribers. And then it just ballooned on him.
Wow.
But I think that it's because he came part of this sort of ring of internet guys where they kind of pump each other's channel.
He makes bold claims.
Yes. I mean, he plays that game a little bit and plays to a certain audience, and he gets a lot of views. But the thing is, he's pretty sincere. He doesn't make any money off of it. He's not one of the other guys that are doing it for the purpose of pumping a product or something.
Right.
I mean, he's got nothing to pump. He doesn't make he's making AdSense, but someone with a 20,000 subscriber audience does not make a lot of money on AdSense.
Oh yeah, I have no issue with it. I think the thing
I
is
don't
that
either, really. I don't care what these guys do. I just think it's kind of funny because this whole group, there's a lot of drama that goes on every once in a while, you know. I'll grab a hold of some of that drama once in a while, throw it up on the news unit. You know?
Yeah. So the guy has his own opinions, and some people think because his opinions are a little off kilter that he's a scammer. So
it used to be a lot more. Well, some of these guys, there were a couple guys down in Texas that used to rip into these guys a little bit and keep them hopping.
Mm-hmm.
And they do chop up videos and stuff. It was kind of funny, actually. Some of the guys would get real mad, and then it would get worse, you know. I thought it was kind of funny at times, you know. It's just a bunch of characters.
I think the thing is that investing is really, well, maybe it's trading is very, very difficult. So people watch things like CNBC because they want those guys to make it easy for them. They want to just hear predictions and be told.
Oh yeah, like
that
buy
what they
this
buy is
stock.
gonna go up to the moon, you know.
Well, you know, you gotta. That's just how it is. It's like.
It's like the silver community is just people just saying, yeah, the price is going to go up to $200 an ounce, and then they get tons of views because people just are confirming what they already want to hear, you know.
I've often thought that I could follow the Brother John route or something and be a pumper.
I actually liked him. Until he got snotty with me. Oh, there was a thing that went on with a bunch of guys, and then they all ganged up. They wanted. It just got kind of stupid, and then everybody got mad at each other. It was really counterproductive.
Yeah, if you started talking about like the New World Order and buying silver and stuff, your views and your subscribers would go through the roof because that's what people want to hear.
Really, these guys. There's a lot of these guys that aren't too bad. They should just knock it off and just calm down a little bit. There's no reason to get, all worked up about it completely.
Well, there's definitely a formula that you could use to get a lot of subscribers. But,
really?
Yeah, and part of it has to do with doing the fear mongering and so forth. But
oh, really?
But the biggest part is that you have to have the same talking points as this group of people, and what they do is they act like a ring, and they share and pump each other's channel, and that's how they grow each other's channel.
So they kind of network together, per se.
Yeah. It's kind of like how scientists build these big radio telescopes by having separate locations all over the country, and they build this massive logical telescope.
Why don't you and I start the next InfoWars, and we'll call it.
But what I do is, and what I'm trying to do is, I'm just trying to sell a simple course that helps people.
We'll call it Chemtrail Wars. Chemtrail News.
Well, I think there are people that have that kind of cabal as well. There's a whole group of guys that do chemtrail that all support each other.
Well, that's what the whole like inflation.us thing was like preparing for hyperinflation, and they had all these fear-mongering videos and stuff. You
know what I really think happened? This is just my own idea. I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems to fit the profile. I think a lot of these people that started this whole silver community thing, whatever, a lot of them were Ron Paul supporters, and they were directly involved in the campaign. And then that went belly up, and they needed something to keep going to make money because they gave a lot of their time and money into that campaign. And a lot of these people were pretty professional people to begin with, but they got burned a little bit. Maybe not all of them, but I think a good number of them had certain things go on, to that effect. And then they started this gold and silver pumping, because it fit the constitutional profile, and it does. It really does, because it fits the old money, the constitutional money. And then they just built on that. And so it's not completely, you're not really lying about it. It's not it's just that the Federal Reserve has taken everything over now. Now, whether or not, that they just build on that too and create all sorts of discussion about it. So that was my opinion. I think they were all Ron Paul supporters, and they got all disgusted because that went sour, and they started this other cartel movement, which kind of just went off into all different directions, later on. Does that fit the profile?
It's a pretty good theory.
But I can't prove it, right? So, I'm just being I'm a YouTube scientist, Ernie. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's my hypothesis.
There's a lot of ways to gain an audience on YouTube,
Right.
and part of
Are
it.
we gaining one right now? You got any left there watching?
There's still 18 people on.
See, we're getting popular. We got to have. Should we tell them to send us donations?
I think that at the peak there was almost 80 people on at one point.
If you're rich and you don't know what to do with your worthless fiat money, go click the News Units donate button and figure it out.
What I hope to do is keep on doing these hangouts and see if I can grow the audience to a few hundred, a few thousand, or whatever. And
Actually, I think this can be a lot of fun too. It can be good learning. You got to wade through all the baloney too, but I mean, it can be a lot of fun too. You can meet new people and network and learn things.
yeah, that's the key, is the networking.
Right. But I think it's still a lot of fun. It can be a little hazardous.
I mean, that's how I've met both of you guys, by going back and forth on the comment section, and then finally you get a reason to call each other or talk to each other in person.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't care if people have other ideas than mine. I just like debating. As a matter of fact, that's the way it was with me and Ed here. We have probably very different ideas on a lot of different things, but Ed's a civil debater, and that's what I enjoy. A nice, clean, civil debate.
I'll tell you.
I mean, I can always be wrong on stuff, and if I am, I like to know where I'm wrong, So if someone has better information, I'll take that on board.
You should open up one of these just to see how many people you get, Ernie. Because you can always kick people out,
I haven't figured out how to kick people out. There was a couple of people in the chat that were just.
I think those icons on the left do it over here. You mouse over, what does it do here? Probably as the moderator, they've got a different control room for you.
I'll read up on it.
But it would be good to get a bunch of people together instead of these same clowns, that just want to talk about. Get some guys that want to talk about real, decent conversation, not just hang around and talk foolish all night.
Well, in order to do it effectively, you need somebody, I think, to man the chat board and sort of feed the people who are involved in the conversation with appropriate content.
Yeah, because there are people, you don't want to leave them out completely because they kind of feel like they're just being ignored.
Right. And, I didn't want to do that, but, I mean...
Unless it depends on the topic, of course, if you're including them in or not, you know what I mean? Or if you're just having a...
Well, that's the other thing. Maybe you just change the overall format and you make it a question and answer type of thing.
Yeah, you can do all sorts of things. You can do that, or you can just hang out and just kick back and relax like we did tonight, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
It can be anything, That's what these hangouts really are. I mean, yeah, you could probably dress it up, too, to be professional at times and do a...
I'm going to try to do something a little bit different, a little bit more structured next week. I'm going to have Greg Manarino on, and I'm going to see if I can get, like, 2 or 3 other people. I don't know who yet. But I'm going to ask around and just, see who wants to do it.
Like, what do you want to discuss? Economy?
Yeah, we'll discuss economy and trading philosophies, that sort of thing. But in no way do I want to make it confrontational. I just want it to be an exchange of ideas.
No, but every once in a while, as long as somebody doesn't take it too far, you're going to have a little bit of that. But, I mean, I don't think if you get the right mature individuals participating, you're not going to have, near the problems that...
I just don't want somebody coming in with an agenda with the intent to try to disrupt.
Right. Just ram right into everybody and take over or whatever.
Right.
Yep. No.
On a nice civil conversation where we talk about whatever the topic is at hand and.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So
well, that's why. That's why, like I said, you're the moderator. You can kick them right out. You can ban them or whatever you need. If something came to that, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
What do you think of the William O'Neill trading system? I was using that for a couple of years.
I know nothing about it, so I can't comment.
Okay. Here's the CanSlim methodology.
Oh yeah, I've heard the CanSlim.
Yeah. See, I used it and I had moderate success in 2010, but that was pretty easy because it was just a very a bull market then. But it's more difficult when you have a market which goes up and down all the time because you have those stop losses, and they recommend using like an 8% stop loss. So you keep selling at that point, and then it goes up after you sell it, and you get really frustrated. It's difficult.
What's your YouTube channel, Ed? Do you do videos?
I have a few like comedy videos and stuff. Nothing
Gypsy
serious.
Hustle? Is that it? Just Gypsy
Yeah,
Hustled? Okay.
Yeah, he does a lot of parodies and things.
Yeah, I just mess around.
Did you hang around with that group from Texas?
Who's that?
I don't know, that whole gang from Corey C. all the way to those guys.
I just used to listen. I don't know what happened to that.
Me neither. They kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
They kind of fell apart.
New York critic guy vanished.
Yeah.
The
Their content started to annoy me a little bit, though. They were always talking about somebody else, and it was just kind of stupid.
they were a vigilante crew.
Yeah.
I like those guys, but I mean, I thought it was getting a little bit dumb.
It burns out after a while. That's the thing.
Right.
It's like See, that's the funny thing is like they got really angry at this one guy, G for T, and I actually find him. I actually really like his content. I think it's really funny, you know. But they just misinterpret it.
Well, then you know, I'm sure both of you know the whole story. I mean, it all started. He started to go off the deep end a little bit and started to create some really, I thought, were outrageous comedy skits that some people just got incensed about, like the one where he showed a thong, and then another one where he feigned that he was sort of on a suicide watch almost when he showed the gun. And
yeah, I saved them because I knew he was going to remove them, so I saved copies.
And I thought that they were brilliant and hilarious, but other people were, you know, then they started calling him a scammer, and then this vigilante crew, they really got on him, so I started to defend him, and because they were getting...
I think they just reeled you in.
Yeah,
you never know with these guys what they're up to, honestly. You don't know. These guys are all screwing around together.
No, they're pretty serious.
They didn't know what they were getting into when they reeled me in.
I don't know about that. Well, you never know.
You don't know the whole story then. I mean.
Oh, really? No, I probably don't, but I'm just, you know, that's how these guys work, kind of. You know.
So they associated it with me. So then they started to sick all their clowns on me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so I decided, okay, then I'll debate you. So I went in and I debated by myself all four of those guys.
I saved them, by the way. It's on my channel if you want to watch it. It's good.
Okay. So they were a little taken back that, you know, someone would come in there with the guts to stand up to them and just have a civil conversation and explain, my position. And at the end of the conversation, they were actually saying that they respected me and they, coming in there and all this other stuff. And I think I turned it around. And then they did a sort of a recap of that conversation, and they totally rewrote the history of that conversation.
Blame it all on the weather. That's why everybody got on YouTube and was fussing with each other, because they didn't have nothing else to do this year. I think that's true, too, to a degree, actually.
Is that an accurate description, Ed?
Yeah, it was really confusing. But there's all kinds of rumors out there. Like, there's one rumor, which is that he was given a PayPal donation of $25,000 by someone. And I have no idea if that's true or false.
Who knows? Yeah.
You never know.
Did you ever see that one guy? Actually, some of these characters are funny. Did you see that one guy from Australia? That's Truth Cracker from Australia.
Yeah, Truth Cracker, yes.
Yeah, that guy. What's he all about? He's a character, isn't he?
I could tell you some stories. Joe the Silverfuturist told me some really wild stories about him.
Oh, yeah, Joe knows a lot more than I do. I don't know half of what he knows. But it is probably a real circus. You know what I mean?
It is.
Some of it you can get a good laugh out of it. Some of it.
That's all fine. I don't mind the drama and some of the comedy, but
right.
I'm here to try to do two things: help people and earn a living.
That's cool.
See, when I started this news unit, I was looking for news, because Fukushima happened, and I started hearing all this on it, and I started I didn't know much about YouTube, so I just I didn't really I probably trusted YouTube too much. So all of a sudden I started putting people up thinking that all this was legitimate, here and there, and some of it might have been at times. It was sort of a mix, and I thought, wait a second here, this clown's pulling some stuff. Then I figured out that I got kind of hoodwinked a little bit, and then I started ripping into them, and then it created a big ruckus, and then, then I started getting popular, and just from counts, because the news unit's a pretty good name.
Yeah.
And I just became like the YouTube community paper, the journal, so to speak, like what's going on,
Well, I'll tell you, I've been doing something right over the past month or so because my viewership has been really exploding.
Because of the news unit, because I put you up there.
It must be it. Because
I think you're making more videos too. I think that's the secret. Every day you make a new video.
Yeah. In December, I had like 1,200 subscribers. Today, I passed 3,000. I've got.
Good for you.
I've got 3,032 right now.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing videos again too here once I get my equipment upgrades and get things organized here. And I don't really have an agenda. I'm just going to do what comes naturally. If there's something happening, I'll talk about it. If not, I won't say much about it. Yeah, it's just I don't really have an agenda. I just like to keep up on news. So really, I'm the guy without the agenda, to be honest with you.
Well, isn't that the it's supposed to be the motto of a newscaster or a news provider?
I don't know.
You're not supposed to be biased in any ways, just an objective reporter.
I actually would like to get back into storm chasing and forget the news unit, but the news unit just came around and sort of got me hooked.
It's a lot of fun to read. It really is.
Hey, Ernie, I have a question. Have you ever had a trade or investment go really bad for you?
Oh, sure.
For me personally.
All right, so that's why I got into. It's why I got into this whole thing.
I had a lot of money invested in Netflix stock a couple years ago, like right near the highs, and it crashed, and it was down like 70% or something.
Oh wow!
I'd lost, like almost.
And then if you would have hung it out, you would have came right back again.
I did. I hung on, right, and it came back, and I sold it so I went from like a $17,000 loss or something to like a $3,000 loss.
Mm-hmm.
And if I held on, I would be like way in the green.
Right.
But it's like I kind of learned from that experience.
All right, so I've got two stories that will trump that a little bit.
Uh-oh. Yikes.
My first story was not really my investments, but when I was with Sun, I had because I had an executive level position, I had huge stock options, and I had 1.3 million of options that were going to be vesting in like 3 weeks, and then the .com bubble crashed, and that stock went from $84 to $14.
Oh wow!
And I had a total of $5 million in options. They were all worthless.
Wow!
So that was my big loss. But
is that the same thing as Oracle? Is that the same company?
Oracle bought Sun.
Okay.
Recently.
It's come back, right? A little bit.
Well, Oracle, I don't think. Yes, Oracle has come back soon.
Oracle's the Java, right?
Yeah. Well, Sun was Java, and Oracle bought Sun.
Right.
But my big loss in the market was back in '87 when the beginning of '87 when Sun. I mean, when I had a big position in Apple. It's the reason why I got into on the internet at all and started talking about finance. My original handle was my name was Zachary Bass, and my website was called Investor in the Wilderness, and it was a play on the old Richard Harris movie called Man in the Wilderness, where he got mauled by a bear. So I used that as sort of an analogy that I got mauled by the apple bear, and I lost several $100,000.
I could tell you some stories.
In Apple shares, you lost?
Yes.
Did you hold on?
No.
No.
I lost it.
Because at the time, you don't know at that time that it's going to come back because you don't know what the
future is.
Yeah, it's tough. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy some, small cap for $2 or $3 right now, and 2 years from now it could be 115.
So that's what got me on.
So that's what you need to do, Ernie. You need to find some 10-baggers.
Yeah.
Come up with a program. Since you worked at Sun, come up with a 10-bagger program.
So, that's when I started getting into. I started using the internet as sort of my way of doing some sort of spiritual redemption. Giving back to the community and trying to find, answers to all of this. And
Yeah, it's true what they say that you learn more from mistakes than you do from your success.
yeah.
I think that's true.
Well, what I learned is that trying to trade to create your wealth is extremely difficult to next to impossible.
Right.
But trade to try to to create an income for yourself.
I actually talked to a guy recently that told me that Warren Buffett was rich he just got lucky.
Oh yeah, that's basically my stance too. He got lucky. But,
so now he's a big shot, and then they all go to him for advice and stuff. But he ain't no smarter than the next guy.
No. All he did was.
He knows some stuff by experience,
Yeah. Well, in the last 5 or so years, he's lost like $25 billion. How smart can he be?
But how many billion does he have, probably? Or trillion, maybe even by now.
I think he's got 30 billion now or something like that.
Really?
He keeps timing the energy market wrong too, because
Does
he keeps
he really?
buying these companies at the height of oil. Because I think he believes in peak oil. That's the problem. So he bought like ConocoPhillips at exactly the wrong time, and then he sold it for a huge loss.
He owns
And
those
then he just-
railroads out there. He actually owns them railroads out there in western Nebraska. I was out there one day driving around looking for tornadoes.
Yeah, Burlington Northern.
Boy, that's a huge railroad yard out there for miles, man. Huge. Running around out there.
Yeah, I heard that he's against the pipeline.
Is he really?
The Keystone Pipeline, because he wants people using the railroad instead.
Right.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I also heard that his daughter don't talk to him, but in real life he's a real nice guy to everybody else. He's just sort of a regular guy, lives on the street in a regular house.
Yeah, he lives in the same house.
He doesn't have like big security guards or nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Actually,
Yep.
I think his annual report comes out tomorrow or Saturday. I forget. Or this week, sometime. I always read that thing.
Wow. Bonds are pushing higher.
Why don't you just get a big 10-bagger there and take the rest of the couple years off? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Did you ever read a book by Peter Lynch? It's called One Up on Wall Street.
No.
It's pretty good.
I worked at Fidelity when Lynch was there.
Yeah. You know the Magellan Fund? Like, it did really well for a while, and then apparently it underperformed for a long time too.
Yeah, it got too big.
Yeah.
I wonder what triggers. I wonder what triggers.
I got into that subject of like market cap weight versus like dividend weight or buyback. There's all these different like systems for these ETFs, and the problem is that they'll outperform for like a long time, and then everyone will start buying them, and then it stops outperforming and starts to underperform.
Right.
It's really difficult to find an edge in a market.
Well, with that much money, it's definitely difficult.
Yeah.
It's amazing that these big funds ever made were able to outperform the market. Again, probably more luck than anything else.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think the Tiger hedge funds, they're like some of the biggest ones. They get into these like tech IPOs when those things are really, really hot and they go up loads. But like if you look at the actual statistics, a lot of hedge funds actually underperform the S&P 500, at least recently.
Well, that's why I'm saying that trading is good if you're trying to if you're all you're trying to do is stay a little bit ahead of the overall market. But if you're sitting there with limited funds to try to create an income, it is extremely difficult.
Trading is
Yeah.
what is it? It's managing
Risk.
Yeah,
Well,
managing risk.
all I do with trading is I take small accounts and I try to double or triple them, right? And then once I've achieved, like I'll take a $5,000 account, try to turn it into 15, and once I've achieved that, I take that money and I put it away into something.
That's good strategy.
Yeah,
You put it away into silver.
or whatever. You buy something, or
You know what's really interesting is these companies like Goldman Sachs, they buy servers right next to the actual exchanges. So basically they're able to see the trades before everyone else sees them. So they're able to make decisions based on information that no one else has, which is like front running basically.
No, you don't believe that, do you, Ernie?
no, I know they do.
Do they really?
I helped them build the systems.
Really?
Oh wow.
Oh, I thought-
They like have space right next to the like New York Stock Exchange and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to build system. We were trying to shave milliseconds off of. It used to be we had all different classes of systems. We had what we call T3 systems, T2, T1, and T0 systems. That's the transaction times. And then when we get to the T0 systems, then we were trying to shave milliseconds off of the transaction times. But yeah, that's all we.
It's pretty crazy how it's become so like these computers doing all this trading and everything. It's like who knows what's really going on.
Well, it's pretty well known what's going on. It's virtually impossible for these guys to do anything that's what most people think is malfeasance.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Let me just say that.
My thing is like when the flash crash happened, like I'm sure there's like a technical glitch somewhere. One of these hedge fund systems just blew up. But I think those, the average person doesn't need to be so fearful of that because the companies that these things are trading, they're still fundamentally sound. Like the stock market doesn't really represent the economy 100%, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So even if there's a flash crash, the market kind of just resumes and keeps going. Like I think the Nasdaq crashed earlier, like last year sometime, and it was down for like 2 hours or something, and came back up again.
Well, during the flash crash, they still made everybody whole. They basically invalidated all those trades.
Oh.
I'm sure some people made some money somewhere. They basically invalidated all those trades. There was there was actually very little trading when it dropped as far as it did.
You mean that fat finger thing? Or was that the 2008 one?
Yeah, that was.
This was in 2010, right? May of 2010.
Oh, the Freddie Fat Finger?
Right after the when the Greek riots were going on.
Because I saw this interview with Mark Cuban, who he is, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and he says he doesn't buy any stocks because he doesn't trust the computers. Like, he thinks it's anything can happen,
It's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they probably watch small traders too from these platforms like Thinkorswim and all that. They know what everybody's doing. They say, look at these guys. These are the small investors. Let's take them out.
No.
They got regular programs that do that.
That's another myth.
That might be too conspiratorial now.
Like there's this myth that that the big guys are waiting to trap the small guys. They don't have to. The small guys trap themselves.
Really?
Yeah. They're idiots.
Minnow traps.
They don't have to trap them. It's pretty simple. It's the psychology of the small guy basically plays into to the big guy's money. I have, as a matter of fact, I have some tools that I created that kind of maps out the types of trades that go on at various parts of the market. And I can tell when there's institutional buying versus retail buying. And if you looked at the bars, that represent institutional buying, compared to retail buying. It's obvious that retailers have no idea what they're doing. They usually start buying into the market when it's near the top of the crest of a wave. And all the institutional guys, they're buying on the back end of that wave, shorting, or buying at the accumulation level at the very bottom of the wave. And it's almost comical.
I think the only way that the institutions get all the money from the small guys is from taking like the fees. You know, there's like a lot of money
Good
involved.
night, guys. I'm gonna hit it. I'm losing it.
Well, you know what? I got to go too. It's I can't believe it's 12 o'clock here.
Yeah, but it's good visiting with you anyway. I just gotta turn in, man. I gotta lay down.
It's
Cool, it was fun.
I'm gonna crash.
All right. Well, we'll do it again next week.
Yeah, maybe we'll catch up again sometime on one of these hangouts.
Well, I'm gonna do some during the week too.
Yeah, we'll be watching probably too with Manarino.
Cool.
Don't call him Elvis.
No. All right. Hey, it's good talking to you guys.
Yeah, have a good night. Good night, Ernie.
Bye.
Good night, Ed.